Chapter 2092, Heaven Rank Secret Order. Chapter 2092, Heaven Rank Secret Order Initial Stage, 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Middle Stage, 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Late Stage, 3rd Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean ice clouds. Aura increased steadily, directly breaking through the fetters of 2nd Firmament Empyrean, reaching peak 3rd Firmament Empyrean. And this was not over. Her aura was still rising, heading straight for 4th Firmament Empyrean, the realm that originally needed year after year before she could break through was actually not the slightest bit stagnant at this moment. However, those Ice Cloud Tower disciples were all sucked into dry corpses, the method extremely cruel. Even when young Feyer saw this scene, her face also turned pale. These junior apprentice sisters and martial nieces that had lived with her for many years set away just like that, without even a trace of strength to resist. She could not help looking toward Yi Yuan. If not for this man, she would probably also be the same as them now, right? The other Empyreans also stared at Empyrean Ice Cloud in immense shock, being stunned by this scene. No one could have thought that she actually concealed such means. It turned out that Empyrean Ice Cloud was the ambitious schemer hidden among them. Yi Yuan's sudden appearance clearly disrupted Empyrean Ice Cloud's plans. Otherwise, come one day in the future, when Empyrean Ice Cloud devoured all of her disciples in one go, she would likely be able to directly become the extreme North's number 1 person. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came, he might not be able to suppress her too. At the thought of this, everyone was horrified. To be able to use such cruel means to equip herself, the northernmost step would probably immediately be plunged into darkness under this woman's rule. In virtually an instant, Empyrean Ice Cloud's aura rose to 5th Firmament Empyrean. Empyrean Vast Wind, not moving out. There were really few existences that could be found in this land of extreme north that could do anything to her. Even Empyrean Windlike was weaker than her. Empyrean Ice Cloud stood in the air, her white fairy dress fluttering away. Glaring at Yi Yuan, she said ferociously, "Brat, you force my hand. The 2 of our debts have to be squared." Finished talking, Empyrean Ice Cloud took a step out and directly concealed inside the void. The other people were all dumbfounded and tongue-tied, gazes casting toward Yi Yuan one after another. They were afraid that Yi Yuan would use the heaven-shocking lightning on them. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed and similarly took a step out, entering the void. Seeing Yi Yuan left, everyone all heaved a long sigh in relief. Finally sent this plague G. "Oh, away, Brother Windlike." "This," Empyrean Redfeather said with a hesitant look. Empyrean Windlike gave a cold snort and said, "This matter isn't over so easily." "Humph. After he uses that heaven-shocking lightning, I want to see what methods he still has to be KY with us. Tianyang's matter. I'm afraid that Big Brother already knows. At this time, he is probably already on the way, perhaps feeling being at the mercy of a true G. D earlier was overly humiliating. He was a little loud when speaking. Everyone present could hear it clearly. Empyrean Redfeather and the rest nodded slightly, clearly having long predicted that this matter would not be left at this. Feng Tianyang was too monstrous, but such a monster died at Jiuluo Ji. If there was no explanation for this matter, Empyrean Vast Wind would probably turn the entire northernmost step upside down. A little while ago, inside a dark a sea of Vast Wind Semble, a stalwart figure was currently sitting down cross-legged. Behind him, several colored lanterns were suspended in the air. These were all the lifeblood soul lamps of the Vast Wind Semble's important people. Suddenly, one of the colored lanterns gave off an intense tremor, then shattered with a crack. That big and tall figure suddenly opened both eyes, his gaze cold and gloomy, like a bottomless abyss. This Empyrean gave Tianyang several life-preserving divine abilities. Even when facing Empyrean powerhouses, he should be able to escape with his life. Furthermore, there's wind-like accompanying him on this trip. So, who could kill Tianyang in front of wind-like? Empyrean Vast Wind's brows were tightly knitted, full of puzzlement. He regarded Feng Tianyang extremely highly. Although he normally trained Feng Tianyang a lot, he also gave Feng Tianyang quite a lot of life-preserving divine abilities. With these divine abilities around, even if facing an Empyrean powerhouse and Feng Tianyang could not beat him, he could still escape with his life. For so many years, those divine abilities also let Feng Tianyang tide over perilous situations, turning dangers into safety time after time. Let alone that this time was just marrying a girl. Furthermore, there was also Empyrean wind-like accompanying him. In Empyrean Vast Wind's view, there was no danger at all. Yet, this time, Feng Tianyang died. This son that he pinned high hopes on was dead. Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that Feng Tianyang did not have time to use life-preserving divine abilities at all, and was directly killed by Yi Yuan's sword hollow etch. Having lived for no idea how many tens of thousands of years, Empyrean Vast Wind had long already cultivated until he had no joy nor sorrow. It was just that currently at his glabella, that thunderous rage hidden in the depths of his heart could be seen. Humph! No matter who it is, to dare kill Tianyang. Even if this Empyrean goes up to the 9th heaven and below the earth, I'll also tear you to pieces. Not pulling your divine soul out and refining it for 100,000 years, it will be hard to dispel the hatred in this Empyrean's heart. Finish saying, Empyrean Vast Wind pointed at the void. Several dozen streams of light directly tore through the void and left. After 15 minutes, Vast Wind, A.S. symbol was in an uproar. Several dozen powerful auras gathered in the sky above Vast Wind, A.S. symbol, virtually making the entire territory asphyxiated. Isn't that Ling U.A.S. symbol's Empyrean Shenluo? That's a 5th firmament Empyrean superpowerhouse. Why would he appear here? Also, that's Hedong, A.S. symbol's Empyrean S. H.I. plus Mia. That's Ironwood, A.S. symbol's Empyrean Guyun. What in the world is happening? Practically half of the northernmost steppes Empyrean powerhouses have gathered at our here. In Vast Wind, A.S. symbol, people who had the knowledge noticed that all of these Empyreans that normally did not show themselves to the public were now there. Each one of them was a super powerhouse whose names shook a region. But now, all of them were gathered in Vast Wind, A.S. symbol. Even a fool also knew that something big was about to happen. Empyrean Shenluo was in front and said to Empyrean Vast Wind with clasped hands, Brother Vast Wind, I wonder what happened? You actually want to use the heaven rank secret order? The last time it was used, it was when the demon race's 9 great sovereigns arrived together. The other Empyreans also had blank faces, not knowing what happened. This heaven rank secret order was the secret order that Empyrean Vast Wind commanded the extreme north with. Normally, not reaching a life and death juncture, it would not be used. Now, they received the heaven rank secret order under the circu, stances where they did not receive any danger alerts. Empyrean Vast Wind had a calm expression, devoid of joy and sorrow as he opened his mouth, and said coolly, Wait, there are still a few that haven't arrived. The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but no one dared to say anything. Empyrean Vast Wind's prestige was not established through words, but carved out with real swords and spears. People should not look at how these Empyreans were all-powerful. In reality, they were very fearful of Empyrean Vast Wind. Before long, the void trembled, and 3 figures slowly stepped out. When the Empyreans saw this scene, their pupils could not help constricting. Empyrean Tianju, Empyrean Mieyu, Empyrean Zhen Huang. These 3 are all existences that aren't weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind. They actually came too. Looks like something big is really going to happen. Chapter 2093, Heavenly Emperor's Strike. Chapter 2093, Heavenly Emperor's Strike. Vast Wind, you issued the Heaven Rank secret order to call us here. If there isn't anything special, you'll need to give me an account. Empyrean Tian Ju looked at Empyrean Vast Wind and said those words with a cold smile on his face. Clearly, he did not really have respect for Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Tian Ju and the 2 great Empyreans were slightly weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind in terms of strength. But if they really fought Empyrean Tian Ju, 3 people also would not be that much weaker. Hence, even though they treated Empyrean Vast Wind as their common lord, they actually did not really have respect for him. Empyrean Vast Wind's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said, "Coolly, my son, Feng Tianyang, has perished. Inviting everyone here is to request for everybody to take action together and block off this hunt. After the matter is done, this Empyrean will naturally repay generously." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces changed. Feng Tianyang was known as the young generation's #1 person. Once he stepped into Empyrean in the future, he would be the extreme North's common lord. But now he died. Tianju and the rest were wildly elated in their hearts when they heard that, but in front of Empyrean Vast Wind, they could not express it and just said with a loud laugh, "Vast Wind, what has your son dying got to do with us? Isn't it too rash for you to send out the Heaven Rank secret order arbitrarily? Vast Wind, you're too unbridled. The Heaven Rank secret order is the highest secret order that we've agreed upon. You actually gathered all of us here for this. What evil motives do you have?" Empyrean Mia, you said in a cold voice. "Humph, Vast Wind, if you don't give us an explanation today, this matter isn't over." Empyrean Zhen Huang said unhappily, while the 3 great supreme Empyreans dealing with Empyrean Vast Wind in unison, the other Empyreans were all silent like cicadas in winter. The scene was already going out of control. Many Empyreans were gloating over others' misfortune, waiting to watch Empyrean Vast Wind's good show. After all, even though Empyrean Vast Wind was formidable, he was not formidable to the extent of truly unifying the extreme North. Summoning the group of Empyreans here for his son, everyone was also rather unhappy in their hearts. Feng Tianyang's death was actually something that had a far-reaching impact on the northernmost steppe. Concerning this point, everyone had a score in their hearts. Empyrean Vast Wind said, "Coolly, you want an explanation? This Empyrean will explain for you right now." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind suddenly fired a palm out. Heaven and earth changed colors because of it. Empyrean Zhen Huang's face revealed a look of great alarm, hurriedly raising his palm to meet the enemy. However, a power akin to Mount Tycrus, H.I., plussing down from above, suddenly pressed over. This palm, he was unable to contend with it. Empyrean Mia used 2 eyes narrowed and suddenly pointed a finger out too. Crack, crack, crack. The wind and clouds changed, lightning flash. H.I. plussing. The battle between middle stage Empyrean realms was too earth-shaking. Yet, under this palm of Empyrean Vast Wind, the 2 great 6th firmament Empyrean powerhouses were faltering very soon. Empyrean Tianju gave a cold snort and also struck a palm out, with 3 great Empyreans making a move at the same time. How shocking was the commotion? However, what was even more shocking was Empyrean Vast Wind. His palms seemed to have come from beyond the heavens, suppressing the world. Poork, poork, poork. Very soon, the three great Empyreans could not hold on anymore, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood at the same time, figures flying out backward. Empyrean Vast Wind's one palm suppressed three great Empyreans. You broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm. Empyrean Tian-ju looked at Vast Wind and said with a look of astonishment. Empyrean Vast Wind said coolly, "Are you all still satisfied with this explanation?" Empyrean Tian-ju was tongue-tied for a moment and actually did not know what to say. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze swept across everyone's faces and said coolly, "Looks like body has objections anymore. Set off then." Done talking, Empyrean Vast Wind stepped out and shuttled into the void. The other Empyreans exchanged glances, but still followed him in the end. Several tens of thousands of miles outside of Luoji, Empyrean Ice Cloud revealed her figure, having a hint of ridicule flashed across the corners of her mouth. "So what if you have the heaven-shocking lightning? Can't catch up to this Empyrean. Everything is futile." Except her voice had yet to fade when a layer of ripples emerged in S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan's figure slowly stepped out. Empyrean Ice Cloud's words were immediately cut off. She used a gaze like having seen a ghost and cried out in surprise, How can you be so fast?" Yi Yuan played with the heaven-shocking lightning in his hand and said coolly, "You seem to have forgotten that I know spatial law." Empyrean Ice Cloud naturally did not forget. It was just that she did not think that Yi Yuan's spatial law would actually be fearsome to such a degree. She traversed the void with the power of Fifth Firmament Empyrean. How fast was the speed? Originally she thought that she would be able to shake Yi Yuan off, but who knew that she would be caught up so quickly? A true D realm could actually rely on spatial law to catch up to a Fifth Firmament Empyrean. What kind of shocking thing was this? Just how will you be willing to let me off? Empyrean Ice Cloud's complexion was ashen, looking at Yi Yuan with a terrified look. "Let you off? Hoo-hoo, you're probably thinking too much. You must die today." Yi Yuan said coldly, Are you mad? Your heaven-shocking lightning. There's even a possibility of killing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, but you're actually using it to kill me? This kind of precious treasure is a treasure that can fortify destiny regardless of which faction it's placed in. You're actually wasting it like this. Empyrean Ice Cloud cried out at the top of her voice in shock. So what? In my view, there's only willing or not willing, not about its worth. Yi Yuan still remained unmoved. You lunatic. Do you know once you use the heaven-shocking lightning to kill me, Empyrean Wind-like absolutely won't let you off. Also, that Empyrean Vast Wind. He regards this sun dearly. Right now, he's probably already on the way here. If you have the heaven-shocking lightning, they will absolutely be incomparably apprehensive. But if you use it to kill me, you won't have a reliance anymore. Empyrean Ice Cloud's eyes swiveled around, trying to persuade Yi Yuan. However, Yi Yuan said coolly, "That doesn't need you to worry over. You also don't need to harbor thoughts of getting lucky anymore. No matter you also can't escape death today." Facing Yi Yuan, who was impervious to all reason, Empyrean Ice Cloud completely broke down. She no longer had any thoughts of leaving things to luck, her figure moving and shuttling into the void, attempting to escape. Yi Yuan just smiled faintly, right hand puss. Plussing lightly pressing the heaven-shocking lightning into the void. Using spatial law in front of Yi Yuan, even if it was Empyrean Ice Cloud. It was also showing off in front of an expert. It was only to see a horrifying to the extreme power burst out from within the void. A blinding light could be seen distinctly even from more than 100,000 miles away. At this time, it was as if there was only that area of pale yellow light left in the world. Rumble! The Empyreans, who were far away at Ju-Luo-Ji, currently had ashen pale faces. That horrifying energy undulation was seemingly like the sound of thunder, exploding in their ears, being clear and distinguishable. They were all very clear that this energy was released more than 100,000 miles away. If released in this Ju-Luo-Ji, the entire Ju-Luo-Ji would probably be razed to the ground instantly. An Empyrean powerhouse said, falteringly, This is the strike of a heavenly emperor, are really too horrifying. Saying that it has the power to destroy the world is also not overboard. Currently, the group of Empyreans exchanged glances, and they actually felt somewhat grateful toward Empyrean Ice Cloud. If she did not run away, Yi Yuan would likely have directly obliterated Ju-Luo-Ji at this time. Chapter 2094, Spatial Node Technique. Chapter 2094, Spatial Node Technique. In Ju-Luo-Ji, there was utter dilapidation. Even when separated by such a great distance, Ju-Luo-Ji was still affected. This heaven-shocking strike let everyone feel clearly how powerful a heavenly emperor powerhouse was. Originally, everyone did not have a clear understanding of heavenly emperors, this kind of legendary existence. But now, everyone had an understanding. The group of Empyreans strained their eyes and looked into the distance, all palpitating with anxiety and fear. Is this the strike of a heavenly emperor? No wonder everyone says that heavenly emperor is a life form on another level. This kind of power is simply unimaginable. Empyrean Redfeather's face turned pale as he said, only a short while ago, he felt that he was already standing at the summit of the world, thinking that Empyrean was already extremely powerful. But now he knew that in front of heavenly emperors, he was weak like an ant. This kind of destructive power was simply unable to use shocking to describe. It's us being weak that restricted our imaginations. Empyrean Shao, you lamented. All the way until now, that light that covered the sky still did not dissipate. It seemed to have become eternal in this world. There was already no one who cared about whether Empyrean Ice Cloud was dead or alive. Under this kind of heaven-shocking strike, forget about a fifth firmament Empyrean, even a ninth firmament Empyrean, or half-step heavenly emperor. So what? There was only death. Suddenly, the void trembled. Several dozen figures stepped out of the air. The entire Ju-Luo-Ji immediately exclaimed in alarm. Several dozen Empyreans. What kind of powerful lineup was this? To actually descend upon Ju-Luo-Ji at the same time. The extreme north was shocked. Use there be, U-T, talks to think that everyone also knew who came. It was just that Empyrean vast wind did not come in a threatening manner, but looked at the light in the horizon, his expression flickering incessantly. Earlier, in the void, he felt a power that he was unable to contend with affecting the entire world. It almost sent them, these Empyrean powerhouses, into the spatial turbulent flow. This kind of horrifying power made his heart palpitate. This was a power that he was unable to rival. There was still such a terrifying power existing in this northernmost step. An Empyrean who just came out said with lingering fear in his heart, what in the world happened here? Even a ninth firmament Empyrean also doesn't have such horrifying destructive power, right? This power, could it be a heavenly emperor powerhouse? Could it be that Feng Tianyang offended a heavenly emperor powerhouse? That's why he was killed. Empyrean Miayu's face also turned white, speculating. These powerhouses were normally all high and mighty, having an appearance of impa. Siveness. But having witnessed such a horrifying energy undulation, they were all not composed anymore. Empyrean Vast Wind's 2 eyes narrowed, his gaze finally landing on Empyrean Windlike. Windlike, what's going on here? Who killed Tianyang? Empyrean Vast Wind said in a solemn voice. It was just that when asking this, the extreme North's sovereign Empyrean Vast Wind appeared lacking in confidence. After all, this scene before their eyes was too shocking. It already far exceeded the scope of power that he controlled. How could Empyrean Windlike not understand what Vast Wind was thinking? In reality, the Empyrean Windlike, who witnessed everything, was currently even more shocked than Empyrean Vast Wind and the others. But Empyrean Vast Wind was asking him. So Empyrean Windlike forcefully collected his thoughts, then briefly recounted the events from start to end. When mentioning the heaven-shocking lightning, everyone, including Empyrean Vast Wind, all let out a long sigh in relief. If this thing was released against them, probably none of the Empyreans present would be able to survive. That was several dozen Empyreans. More than half of this extreme North's Empyreans still did not have any strength to retaliate in front of this power. But beyond the shock, the group of Empyreans was secretly laughing at Yi Yuan's foolishness. This kind of precious treasure was actually used to bombard a mosquito, killing the ant-like Empyrean ice cloud. It was truly a wanton waste of Ji. Oh, these good gifts. As long as Yi Yuan did not use it, he would be able to deter the entire northernmost steppe. Even if Empyrean Vast Wind came to find him, he also would not dare to be impudent in front of him. But now, Yi Yuan used it up. Wouldn't it be equivalent to asking Empyrean Vast Wind to exterminate him? Sure enough, Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, "What a fine Yi Yuan! To dare kill my son. This Empyrean will definitely have you die, without a burial ground." Although his words were ruthless, everyone heard the sense of relief in his words. If Yi Yuan did not use up the heaven-shocking lightning, him coming in a threatening manner would probably have had his face slapped swollen. However, before this, I'll take care of the two of you first. Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze turned cold, but landed on Yang Feier and Empyrean Lone Swan. After Yi Yuan left, Empyrean Windlike's aura had locked onto their bodies from far away the entire time. As long as they made any strange movements, he would deal a lightning blow. But these two people were also sensible and actually did not run away. Everyone looked at the two people with pity, feeling that they followed the wrong person. Ha, old man Lone Swan, you're also someone who has lived to a ripe old age to actually throw your lot in with such a fool. That kid had such a precious treasure in his hands, and he actually used it to kill a measly little ice cloud. Are you regretting it to death right now? Empyrean Tian Ju said, mockingly. Empyrean Lone Swan's face did not have a FLUS teared look. He just said, coolly, Tianju, you're wrong. Not only did I not regret it, but I'm also rejoicing greatly instead. Tianju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, rejoicing? You followed such a fool and are actually still rejoicing? Right now, he threw you here alone to wait for death, but you're actually still rejoicing? Old man, Lone Swan, looks like you're really muddle-headed with age. A hint of a smile surfaced on Empyrean Lone Swan's face, and he said, coolly, that strike just now, you all saw it, right? Do you feel that you are very insignificant? Do you feel that you're very weak? You guys aren't able to imagine this kind of realm throughout your lives. Well, I will witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse, or maybe one day in the future, this Empyrean will also possess this kind of power. Ha ha ha, peerless powerhouse. You're talking about that kid. He'll become a dead person very soon. No matter how great his talent is, what's the use? Tianju laughed loudly and said, The other Empyreans also had mocking looks on their faces, feeling that Empyrean Lone Swan had gone utterly insane and already could not figure out the situation. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and said, "Do you want to witness the birth of a peerless powerhouse? Can go to another world. He'll go down to accompany you very soon." "No, wait, he won't have the chance because this Empyrean is going to extract his soul alive and refine it for 100,000 years, making him never to reincarnate for all of eternity." His aura suddenly released. A horrifying pressure filled the group of Empyreans with fear. Everyone knew that Empyrean Vast Wind genuinely became enraged. It was only to see him throw a palm over toward Lone Swan and Young Fair fiercely. But these two people were not seized with panic, but took out a jade plate very calmly. "Ho-hoo, Vast Wind, your son's death only had himself to blame. You can't kill Master Two. As for us, you likewise can't kill." Lone Swan crushed the jade plate very calmly. The two people's figures instantly vanished on the spot. Empyrean Vast Wind laughed coldly and said in a solemn voice, "Want to escape? How can it be that easy?" It was only to see him extend a palm into the palm, chasing right after the two people. It was just that when he probed into the void, where was there still the two people's shadows? Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed, and he said in alarm and fury, Ennet, it's a spatial node technique. Chapter 2095. Warning. Chapter 2095. Warning, it's actually a spatial node technique. This guy's grasp over spatial law actually already reached such an extent. Empyrean Tianju was dumbfounded with amazement as he looked at this scene. Originally thought that Lone Swan two people were dead for sure. Who would have thought that they suddenly used spatial node technique, escaping away, even if there was a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert like Empyrean Vast Wind? He also could not hold these two back. Spatial node technique was an extremely profound application of spatial law. There were also scanty few Empyrean powerhouses that could grasp it. The so-called spatial node technique was leaving behind a marker in some nodal point of S, P, a C, and imprinting it onto some object with extremely complicated spatial secret art. As long as one crushed this item, they would be able to trigger the spatial secret art and transport the person around it to that spatial node. This kind of transportation was something instantaneous, unless one's spatial law attainments reached a certain realm. Otherwise, it was very hard to keep the other party behind. Ennet, this spatial node technique can't transport you too far. After this Empyrean kills that wicked thing, I'll come and take care of both of you. Empyrean Vast Wind's words appeared having become somewhat angry from Imbara, as meant the other people were silent like cicadas in winter, all not daring to speak. It was just that toward this scene, just now, they were secretly startled. In this northernmost step, there were few who could escape from under Empyrean Vast Wind's hands so effortlessly. Tianju, Mieyu, Zhan Huang, the three of you each lead a team, and Pincer, Yi Yuan from 3 directions. If you guys let him escape, this Empyrean will exterminate your clans. Empyrean Vast Wind said in a thunderous rage. The 3 people's faces were slightly fearful, nodding their heads and answering yes one after another. Empyrean Vast Wind already planted a divine sense imprint on Yi Yuan. The 3 people chased after following the aura. Empyrean Vast Wind gave a cold snort and took a step out. Brother Tianju, this kid's spatial law is so impressive, but why is he hobbling slowly over there? Empyrean Shenluo sensed that Empyrean Vast Wind's divine sense imprint speed of moving was not fast, and instead like it was sightseeing. Empyrean Tianju's brows furrowed, and he said, "Humph, conceited fool. No matter how great this kind of person's talent is, it's also impossible to rise up. Let's hasten our footsteps. The southwest direction is the demon divine region. Once let him escape to the demon divine region. That will be like a fish entering the sea. Empyrean Shun, Luo nodded slightly, the party's speed increasing a little. After half a day, above a stretch of wilderness, more than a dozen figures stepped out of the air. Ahead, a youth in white stood with his hands behind his back, traveling leisurely and carefree. When the youth in white saw Tianju and the rest, he flashed a smile and said, "Only came now. You guys are too slow." Empyrean Tianju's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "You're Yi Yuan?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right, it's precisely this Yi. You knew that we were coming?" Empyrean Tianju's brows furrowed, feeling puzzled in his heart. In his view, Yi Yuan should be escaping in a panic right now. But looking at Yi Yuan's appearance, it seemed like he was sightseeing, deliberately waiting for them to come. He only felt that Yi Yuan was foolish before, not knowing that they were pursuing. However, the moment Yi Yuan saw then, his face did not have the slightest expression of surprise. It was as if he knew about them chasing him long ago. Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "That Feng Tianyang fused 3 power of laws. No matter where he's at, he's a peerless genius. Empyrean, vast wind naturally dotes on him dearly. I killed him, so it's impossible for Empyrean vast wind to regard it like he didn't see it." The moment Yi Yuan said it like this, Empyrean Tianju's brows knitted even tighter. Yi Yuan's logic was extremely clear, not at all like a slow-witted person. How could such a person possibly resign himself to death here? Then why didn't you run? Empyrean Tianju said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Although I'm proficient in spatial law, in front of a middle-stage Empyrean powerhouse, I can't escape at all. Since I can't run, then might as well don't run anymore." Although Yi Yuan's spatial law was impressive in terms of speed, it was at most only comparable to the initial stage Empyrean realm. In front of middle stage Empyrean realms, there was no possibility of escaping at all. The northernmost step was a vast territory that was immense, sufficient for Empyrean vast wind to catch up to him. Therefore, Yi Yuan never planned on escaping at all. As for Empyrean ice cloud, she just forcefully increased her strength with a secret art and did not count as a true middle-stage Empyrean realm at all. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan could catch up to her very quickly. In that case, you're planning on surrendering without resistance. Empyrean Tianju said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Surrendering without resistance? Ho-ho, you're thinking too much. Waiting for you guys here. I just want to tell Empyrean Vast Wind that he can't kill me." Tianju laughed loudly when he heard that and said, "If you have the heaven-shocking lightning in your possession, he indeed can't kill you. But you actually used such a precious treasure to kill one ice cloud. So what reliance do you have now?" Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, "How can my means be what you can imagine?" Yi Yuan had a look of composure, as if these Empyreans were all ants, right at this time, and Estonies. Plussing aura descended. A middle-aged, in azure robes, slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Empyrean Vast Wind? His gaze fell on Yi Yuan, cold until it pierced the bones. "You're Yi Yuan?" Empyrean Vast Wind said in a solemn voice. Yi Yuan sized Empyrean Vast Wind up for a bit, and said coolly, well worthy of being the extreme north's #1 person. "The aura on your body is much stronger compared to them. No wonder you could groom a genius like Feng Tianyang." Empyrean Vast Wind was taken aback. This boy actually still had the mood to appraise him? Humph. You still have the gall to mention Tianyang. Since you got caught up by this Empyrean, I believe that you already came to understand, right? Empyrean Vast Wind said coldly, came to understand. What's that? I stayed behind just to warn you that Feng Tianyang coveted Luer's profound, e'en divine physique, his crime deserving more than death. This matter ends here. If you refuse to stop, bear the consequences yourself. Yi Yuan said coolly, You are warning this Empyrean? A hint of a mocking smile flashed across the corners of Empyrean Vast Wind's mouth, seeming to find it very funny. But Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. It's warning you. The other Empyreans' faces all revealed very comical looks. Clearly, they all felt that Yi Yuan's words were very hilarious. Ha! Looks like you're impenetrably thick-headed. Then this Empyrean will send you off. Relax, I won't let you die so easily. This Empyrean will extract your divine soul and refine for 100,000 years. I'll let you know the taste of despair. Empyrean Vast Wind's aura suddenly rose, gradually reaching the peak. Then he pressed a palm over toward Yi Yuan. The moment a seventh firmament Empyrean made his move, how shocking was the commotion. The other Empyreans' faces all changed, looking at this scene in incredible shock. Too strong. This palm virtually represented the apex of the northernmost step. However, right at this time, a figure flashed out of the void. That figure similarly smacked a palm out. The commotion was extremely shocking and actually roughly on par with Empyrean Vast Wind. Bang! A horrifying air billow came over. Even those sixth firmament Empyreans could not stand firm either, almost dropping down from the sky. Empyrean Vast Wind's figure flew out backward. He looked at this figure in great shock and said, Hunt Wind, what's the meaning of this? This is my human race's internal affairs. If you intervene, it's becoming enemies with the entire extreme North's human race. Chapter 2096. Second Sage. Chapter 2096. Second Sage, this middle-aged man that suddenly appeared, had a stocky and imposing build, having a full beard on his face, looking very boorish. It was just that the divine essence undulation on his body was different from Vast Wind and the rest. It was shockingly a demon race's major power. He was Empyrean Hunt Wind, one of the northernmost stepp's 5 great demon race Empyreans. His status was comparable to Empyrean Vast Wind's in the demon race. Hearing Empyrean Vast Wind's question, Empyrean Hunt Wind chuckled and said, You old wily fox using the human race to come and suppress this Empyrean? Ha! If not for dreading those few old monsters. Do you think that it's your turn to be unbridled here? Empyrean Vast Wind snorted coldly and said, This boy has the enmity of having killed my son. If you protect him, you can forget about leaving this place today. But Empyrean Hunt Wind ignored him. Instead, he turned around and gave a respectful bow toward Yi Yuan and said, Hunt Wind was tardy in coming to the rescue. I hope that Lord Second Sage pardons my offense. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and said coolly, No worries. The time was just right. Empyrean Hunt Wind suddenly switched to a pleased expression as he asked excitedly, Lord Second Sage killed Feng Tianyang? Yi Yuan nodded his head and said coolly, Feng Tianyang coveted Luer's profound e'en divine physique and was killed by me with one sword move. Ha ha ha, well killed. This Empyrean wanted to kill that punk long ago, but Vast Wind, this old thing is too cunning, not giving me any chance. I didn't expect that he actually died in Lord Second Sage's hands. Empyrean Hunt Wind said with a big laugh. Although he was laughing, he was actually extremely shocked in his heart. What kind of character was Feng Tianyang? Even he, one of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, was extremely apprehensive of him. Once Feng Tianyang grew up, it would absolutely be a catastrophic blow to their demon race. Hence, for so many years, Empyrean Huntwind had once engineered numerous murder schemes targeting Feng Tianyang, but none ever succeeded even once. For this, the demon race even lost numerous geniuses. Who could have thought that Feng Tianyang actually died just like that? He died in the hands of a middle stage, true D realm. When Vast Wind and the rest of the Empyreans saw Huntwind's their IBALLS nearly popped out. This stubborn and unruly demon race major power was actually so respectful toward a human race's true D realm. In this land of extreme north, Vast Wind and the rest had fought with the demon race's 5 great Empyreans countless times before. When had they seen him be so respectful toward someone before? Also, Empyrean Huntwind actually called Yi Yuan Second Sage. Who could shoulder this form of address? Just who was this kid in front of him? Empyrean Vast Wind did not know that before Yi Yuan came to the extreme north, the demon race's sacred ancestor, High Priest, announced to the entire demon race that he was conferring to Yi Yuan the Second Sage. In alchemy, this was an existence second only to him. This stirred up monumental waves in the demon race. The sacred ancestor High Priest status in the demon race was extremely revered. The second sage that he personally conferred, how venerated was that status? Why would Yi Yuan not have any reliance when coming to this geoluogy? This of second sage was the path of retreat that he saved for himself. Yi Yuan knew that the northernmost step was a vast territory. Even if he saved Lu'er, he might not be able to escape too, and this northernmost step's demon race was his greatest reliance. Hence, that was why Yi Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning without any scruples. Seeing Empyrean Huntwind's gloating appearance, Empyrean Vast Wind finally could not endure it anymore. Humph! Huntwind, this Empyrean doesn't care who he is. If you dare to stop this Empyrean today, this Empyrean will make you fall here. Empyrean Vast Wind's aura suddenly released and actually directly reached 7th Firmament Empyrean. Huntwind had a look of amused. E-M-E-N-T as he said, "Ha! Did you think that only you broke through?" The moment Empyrean Huntwind's aura was released, Berserk Demon Divine Essence was emitted, and he was actually not the least bit weaker than Empyrean Vast Wind. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression changed. He thought that he would be able to suppress the 5 great Empyreans after he broke through. Who knew that Empyrean Huntwind was the same as him, also breaking through to the late-stage Empyrean realm. Except his notion of killing Yi Yuan would not change at all simply because of Empyrean Huntwind's breakthrough. Tianju, Mieyu, Zhen Huang. This Empyrean will deal with this old bear. You all attack together. Go kill that boy. Empyrean Vast Wind ordered. Empyrean Huntwind laughed loudly and flicked his sleeves grandly and said, "Competing with numbers? Open your dog eyes and take a look." The moment these words came out, each and every one of the human race's major powers' faces changed drastically. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus in the void, one figure after another stepped out of the air. It was all Empyrean powerhouses. Roughly calculating a bit, there were probably already several hundred Empyrean powerhouses. The faces of Vast Wind and the rest turned pale with a whoosh. What the H-E-L is going on here? The demon race's 5 great Empyreans have always been divided. Why would they join hands and attack this time? This kind of lineup, probably the entire extreme North's demon race Empyreans, are all here, right? How is this possible? The extreme North's demon race goes on conquests year in and year out without ceasing. That's how our human race can keep a foothold here. But today, when the human race's several dozen Empyreans saw such a terrifying lineup, each and every one of their faces revealed looks of despair. In the northernmost step, the demon race's strength was much stronger than the human race. It was just that among the demon race's powerhouses, neither yielded to the others. That was how the human race could survive between the crevices. But today, these different species of demons actually all joined hands. This kind of situation had never happened before. If prior to this, their understanding of second sage still remained on that it was a term. However, now they finally had a clear understanding of how powerful this noun was. What kind of person could make the entire extreme North's demon race be bound by a common hatred for the enemy? Even if Huntwind broke through to the late-stage Empyrean realm, he also could not do this. In fact, those few old monsters of the demon race likewise could not do it too. But Yi Yuan did it. Empyrean Vast Wind finally understood what kind of powerful opponent he was facing. Ha ha ha. Vast Wind, weren't you very arrogant just now? Continue to be C. Oh, C, KY now. You want to kill Second Sage. Then today our extreme North's demon race will annihilate your human race. Huntwind laughed wildly and said, several hundred Empyreans ganging up on several dozen Empyreans, this kind of strength comparison was not on the same level at all. Empyrean Vast Wind's face was ashen. He never dreamed that he would end up in such a hopeless situation today. When he heard that Yi Yuan used up the heaven-shocking lightning, he not only had fear toward Yi Yuan in his heart, but who could have thought that a measly little true G, D-Realm actually moved the entire extreme North's demon race Empyreans. Vast Wind, this Empyrean said before, you can't kill Master. A figure slowly stepped out. It was precisely Empyrean Lone Swan who escaped with the spatial node technique. Empyrean Vast Wind's expression flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, you all really want to fight a life-and-death struggle for a human? One of the demon race's 5 great Empyreans, Empyrean Divine Scorpion, said with a sinister smile, ha, Vast Wind, this Empyrean wanted to kill you long ago. This time, you can forget about escaping. The 5 great Empyreans each stood separately, surrounding Empyrean Vast Wind. As long as he made any unusual movements, what awaited him would be a lightning blow. Finally, Empyrean Divine Scorpion clearly could not hold back anymore, wanting to take action. Stop. Without my orders, no one is allowed to make a move. Yi Yuan stood in the air. Empyrean Divine Scorpion stopped rather unwillingly. He looked at Empyrean Vast Wind and said coolly, Vast Wind, I wonder if this year's warning is effective or not. Chapter 2097. What are you happy about? Chapter 2097. What are you happy about? Vast Wind, Tianju, and the rest had blank expressions. Was this Empyrean Divine Scorpion in front of them really that Divine Scorpion that they knew? This Empyrean Divine Scorpion was an existence that did not give in to anyone. But now he was submissive and obedient toward Yi Yuan. They simply could not believe their eyes. Yi Yuan, this Empyrean is considered defeated today. I only beg that you take into account that we're of the same human race, and let us leave. Empyrean Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said, although he gave in, the resentful look in Empyrean Vast Wind's gaze flashed past. The other human Empyreans were also all sighing endlessly. The haughty and overbearing Empyrean Vast Wind actually lowered his head toward a true G. D-Realm powerhouse. They were all clear what kind of proud existence Empyrean Vast Wind was. Such a person's heart was loftier than the sky. How could he admit defeat? Yi Yuan looked at Vast Wind and said with a faint smile, of course. This Yi isn't a murderous person. The rest can all leave, but only you and Empyrean Windlike will probably have to stay here forever. Empyrean Vast Wind's face changed drastically when he heard that, and looked at Yi Yuan with an alarmed and enraged face as he roared, "You're despicable!" Yi Yuan could not help laughing as he said, "Despicable? Ho-ho, I warned you previously. It's considered to have given you a chance, but it was you who didn't cherish it. Since my ident. One, Tai is already leaked. Do you think that I'd wait for you to come and take revenge? Yi Yuan and Luer's ident. One, ties were not a secret anymore. As long as Empyrean Vast Wind inquired slightly, he would be able to know that he came from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, being remembered by a seventh firmament Empyrean mighty expert day and night. Even if Yi Yuan had formidable abilities, it was also hard to take comprehensive precautions. Yi Yuan was not a person who murdered the innocent. The grudge between him and Vast Wind was just a personal grudge, so he did not wish to implicate too many outsiders. After all, these were all the human race's powerhouses. Once they all died here, the entire extreme north would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. This kind of thing, Yi Yuan could not do it. He surveyed the surroundings and said coldly, "Today's matter is just the personal grudge between me and Vast Wind. Those who don't want to die, hurry up and get lost for me." The group of Empyreans exchanged glances. Vast Wind gritted his teeth and said in a solemn voice, "Don't get fooled by this brat's sowing discord. He has clearly thrown his lots in with the demon race and wants to divide and destroy our extreme North's human race." "Ha! Vast Wind, you saying these words is also insulting our intelligence too much. You want to drag us down the water together. No chance at all. This Empyrean was forced against my will to come here in the first place. Feng, Tianyang dying is a good thing to us. Now, there's someone taking care of you. We're all too happy. Empyrean, yeah, you said with a loud laugh. Vast Wind, you've played the tyrant in the extreme north for so many years. You finally came to an end. Zhen Huang, won't be accompanying anymore." Finished talking, Empyrean Zhen Huang directly shuttled into the void and disappeared. With these two people taking the lead, the other Empyreans also left one after another. Empyrean Tianju and the rest were unconvinced by Vast Wind to begin with. If not for him breaking through to be seventh firmament Empyrean and forcing these Empyreans to come here, they absolutely would not get involved in this matter. Now, there was someone taking care of Vast Wind, so they were all too eager. From this, one could also tell that Vast Wind ruling the extreme North's human race, what he relied on was just martial strength. There were not many people who sincerely followed him. Looking at one Empyrean after another leaving, Empyrean Vast Wind was close to despairing. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Looks like your popularity isn't too good. There's not even one that stayed behind. Looks like you normally don't enjoy popular support in the extreme north." Empyrean Vast Wind looked at Yi Yuan, gnashed his teeth in hatred, and roared furiously, "DM and little brute. Today, even if I die, this Empyrean will also slaughter you." Everyone did not predict that Empyrean Vast Wind would suddenly erupt. How outrageous was the commotion once an Empyrean was enraged. Even Empyrean Hunt Wind did not react. But he was a powerhouse on the same level as Empyrean Vast Wind after all. Even if he was half a beat slower, he also chased after in time. It was only to see him suddenly slam a fist out, the imposing momentum swift and fierce to the extreme. However, Empyrean Vast Wind did not avoid this punch. He torpedoed toward Yi Yuan at full strength. All of a sudden, an energy undulation that blotted out the skies and covered the earth crushed over towards Yi Yuan frenziedly. Bang! It was only to hear a loud boom transmit over, Empyrean vast wind's figure flew out like a kite with a broken string. However, his palm already fired out too, although it was just a palm that was struck hastily. How powerful was the strength of a seventh firmament Empyrean? Even if it was a casual palm, butchering true G, D-realm martial artists were also as easy as blowing off dust. Seeing Empyrean vast wind forcefully take a fist of his, Empyrean Huntwind felt his scalp tingle. If Sacred Ancestor, High Priest died at his place here, Sacred Ancestor, High Priest would probably fly into a thunderous rage, right? Careful, Second Sage. Empyrean Huntwind only had time to cry out in surprise. The palm already arriving, bang! The place where Yi Yuan stood, S.P.A.C. shattered, spiritual energy flying everywhere. An intense light shone until people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, that place already did not have Yi Yuan's figure long ago. All of the demon race's powerhouses felt their scalps tingle. Second Sage was killed by someone under their heavy encirclement. This was a sin. Once Sacred Ancestor, High Priest raged, the northernmost step would not have the blade of GRA. SS Grow. D-A-M Enit. D-A-M Enit. D-A-M Enit. This Empyrean will kill you. Empyrean Huntwind roared at Empyrean vast wind, suddenly slamming a fist over. Bang! Forcefully receiving Huntwind's punch, the current Empyrean vast wind was already seriously injured. How could he still be Huntwind's match? This punch, he forcefully withstood it again. However, his face did not have any decadence, but instead burst out laughing as he said, "Ha! Cough, cough! Ha ha! What bulls? H.I. plus T Second Sage. Didn't he still die at this Empyrean's hands? Tianyang, father has cough, cough, avenged you." Empyrean vast wind started laughing free from inhibitions as he coughed blood. Empyrean Huntwind bristled with anger, but to the vast wind, who already had the will to die, his fury had no use at all. A moment of carelessness let Second Sage die. He could not absolve himself from the blame. What are you happy about? Right at this time, a faint voice sounded out in everyone's ears, making Empyrean vast wind's laughter abruptly stopped. A young and handsome voice slowly stepped out. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Empyrean Huntwind's eyes went wide, and he said in disbelief, "Lord Second Sage, you didn't die?" The other demon race Empyreans also had astonished faces. Although that palm earlier was not strong, it was enough to one-shot an initial stage Empyrean realm powerhouse. But Yi Yuan was completely unscathed. How is this possible? That palm of mine clearly already hit you. Empyrean vast wind had a blank face as he said in shock. Yi Yuan shook his head slightly and said, "You don't seem to know this, but Lone Swan, their spatial node technique, it was personally set up by me, with my spatial law attainments. Even if there isn't Huntwind, they all around. It also won't be easy for you to want to kill me, let alone that you can only ambush me while taking advantage of their inattentiveness. This degree of attack is indeed lethal to other true G. D realms, but I laid down several dozen spatial nodes all around here. As long as my thoughts stir, I'll be able to teleport away. How can it be that easy for you to want to kill me?" This Empyrean vast wind looked at Yi Yuan, his complexion ashen. The palm that he risked his old life to exchange for actually did not even harm Yi Yuan's hair. Chapter 2098. High Priest Redplume's Invitation. Chapter 2098. High Priest Redplume's invitation. It was simply very hard for people who did not truly learn the rudiments of spatial law to imagine how profound this law was. The higher the realm, the more accomplished, with high proficiency, the application of spatial law. It would instead form more of an illusion. That would be so for someone who was actually already very skilled in the aspect of spatial law. However, being able to be called a supreme law, how could spatial law be that easy? Martial artists' understanding of law was just one aspect. The ingenuity in varying tactics depends on mother wit. With Yi Yuan's attainments in the aspect of spatial law, even if he was not an Empyrean's match, if an Empyrean wanted to kill him, it was not as simple as dying to one palm. Very clearly, Empyrean Vast Wind was misled just like that. In reality, the Empyreans present were all deceived by Yi Yuan. All right, you've experienced it now. You can give up hope now, right? Hunt Wind, send him on his way. Yi Yuan said coolly, all right. Ha! It's still Lord Second Sage who is impressive. Otherwise, this old bear, I would have to expend considerable effort to kill him. Empyrean Huntwind rubbed his fists and wiped his palms, appearing extremely excited. He and Vast Wind were the demon races and the human race's number one person. The two people had fought for no idea how many years. Today, he could finally eliminate this guy. So, how could he not be excited? Huntwind's palm carried horrifying power, directly annihilating Empyrean Vast Wind. The all-powerful lord of the extreme north, Empyrean Vast Wind, was annihilated just like that. As for Empyrean Windlike, it was naturally even less necessary to go into details. Under the garroting of the group of demon race Empyreans, he fell in battle very quickly. Young Master. At this time, Luer's figure slowly walked out of the void, akin to a fairy maiden descending upon the world. Even if these demon race Empyreans saw, they also could not help becoming absent-minded. Yi Yuan looked at Luer and could not help sighing. The thin and frail young lot S-back then already grew into a tall and graceful lady now. The current Luer did not lose to Lier and Mu Lingxue, the two great Desses in terms of looks in the slightest. Furthermore, Luer's profound body bestowed on her a disposition as clean as ice and as pure as jade, akin to a fairy maiden that had transcended the mundane world. Oh, it's all over. In the future, this young master won't let you suffer any harm again. Yi Yuan lightly caressed Luer's head and said, smilingly. Luer nodded her head and said, it was Luer who caused trouble for young master. Not far away, Yang Feier looked at this scene with an envious look. In Ice Cloud Tower, Yang Feier was the closest to Luer and naturally knew that she always kept that young master in her thoughts. It was just that in her view, that so-called young master was not worthy of Luer at all. Luer was exceptionally talented. There were practically no obstacles in corroborating her Tao as an Empyrean in the future at all, while that young master was merely a puny little imperial city's alchemist. 1,000 years later, the two people would long already not be on the same level anymore. But when she knew Yi Yuan's ident, Yang Feier was thoroughly stunned. Luer's young master was actually so freakishly talented. If it was merely talent, forget it. The series of events that happened later made her shocked until it could not be any greater. Eradicating He Shangyun with his fist, slaying Feng Tianyang with his sword, and even obliterating Empyrean Ice Cloud with a heaven-shocking attack. Now, even the leader of the extreme North's human race, Empyrean Vast Wind, also died in his hands. Not just so, he even became the demon race's second sage. Even the Empyrean Huntwind, that Empyrean Vast Wind, who was very wary of, was also submissive and obedient to him. This kind of peerlessly heroic man, which woman could not admire. Yang Feier sighed faintly, and actually became somewhat envious of Luer. Yi Yuan comforted Luer a while, and suddenly opened his mouth, and said, already watched for so long, still not showing yourself. Huntwind and the rest of the Empyreans exchanged glances, looking all around, and did not discover traces of other people at all. Suddenly, a layer of ripple emerged in S.P.A.C. A figure was like a ripple, slowly condensing and forming into an old man, like the old man had a goatee, looking very amiable. When Huntwind looked at the arrival, he could not help opening his eyes wide. This seventh firmament Empyrean powerhouse, did not even discover the arrival. Yi Yuan discovered him? No wonder, sacred ancestor. High priest valued Lord Second Sage so highly. He was indeed extraordinary. Previously, his awe toward Yi Yuan mostly originated from sacred ancestor, high priest. But now, he discovered that this second sage was really not simple. However, what shocked him even more was this goatee old man. With his strength, he actually could not fathom the old man's depths. The goatee old man gave a bow towards Yi Yuan and said with a smile, "This old man Gongyang Lai One, as a servant by High Priest Redplume's side, pays respect to Lord Second Sage." Toward Goatbeard's self-introduction, Yi Yuan did not have any reaction. But each and every one of the demon race Empyreans present, their IBALLS nearly popped out. High Priest Redplume. Extreme North's Huntwind pays respect to Lord Gongyang. Empyrean Huntwind actually knelt straight down, knees. Ting the ground, paying respect to Lord Gongyang. The group of Empyreans all prostrated. Yi Yuan was at a loss and said in puzzlement, "High Priest Redplume, who is that?" The Goatbeard's brows furrowed slightly, but he still explained. High Priest Redplume is the 11th disciple under sacred ancestor, High Priest, one of the demon race's strongest 11 people in terms of alchemy Tao apart from the sacred ancestor, High Priest himself. Yi Yuan was enlightened the moment he heard this. This High Priest Redplume was sacred ancestor, High Priest's little disciple, not just any random Tom, D-I-C-K, or Harry could become a servant by High Priest Redplume's side. This Goatbeard was likely a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Hence, that was why Huntwind and the rest would be so respectful. Of course, just based on High Priest Redplume's servant, this ident. 1. Tai. Even if the Goatbeard did not have a heavenly emperor's cultivation realm, it was also sufficient to do as he pleased in the demon race. So that's how it is. Cat, did you come to find me for? Yi Yuan said with a faint smile. Facing a heavenly emperor powerhouse, Yi Yuan did not have much awe or veneration. He saw sacred ancestor, High Priest's thoughts as clear as a blazing fire. Previously, when he solved Ask Not, he did not express anything but suppressed the matter instead. Sacred ancestor High Priest was worried that giving him too high a status would hinder his growth. Presently, Yi Yuan displayed his talent for the first time in the southern border, Cruce. H.I.+ing until the whole territory's 7-star alchemy G.O.D.S bowed their heads in submission. Sacred ancestor, High Priest, felt that the time already arrived. That was why he would announce to the outside world that he was Second Sage. This plea of Second Sage was not that he felt that Yi Yuan's standing could already match up to this kind of status. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's present strength was completely inadequate to harness this plea. In terms of realm, Yi Yuan was merely true G.O.D. realm. In terms of alchemy Tao, Yi Yuan also merely just entered ancestor realm currently. There were countless powerhouses in this world, but Yi Yuan never felt that he was invincible under the heavens. Not mentioning others, just talking about these 11 disciples under sacred ancestor, High Priest. Each one of them was a demon race major power, with their alchemy Tao strength being immensely formidable. The current Yi Yuan was far from a match. Sacred ancestor High Priest giving him this Tli was to make him become the target of public scorn, to let him swiftly grow up amidst adversity. Clearly, his every action and conduct, the other party was paying attention to it. Humph, this kid is so condescending, to actually think nothing of master. Does he really take himself to be second sage? Seeing that Yi Yuan's face did not have any look of awe, Gong Yonglai was very unhappy in his heart. However, he did not show it on his face and said with a faint smile, West Spirit Region under Master's command is going to host a grand demon divine pill convention. He heard that second sage is an alchemy master and specially invited second sage over to give a pointer or two. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2099. He has been lonely for too long. Chapter 2099. He has been lonely for too long. Master, little junior brother, seems to be somewhat dissatisfied with your decision, and he arbitrarily summoned Yi Yuan to West Spirit Region. GMO said with a helpless look. 1. Sacred Ancestor. High Priest stood, with his hands behind his back. Suddenly, he reached his hand out and beckoned. A table-sized chessboard landed on the table. GMO, you bring this chessboard and make a trip to one Xiong Great Imperial Capital. Wing said with a faint smile. GMO's entire body trembled, and he said, Master, this is the Ask Not chessboard that you studied for several million years. You're actually going to let that kid crack it? You wouldn't really take him to be second sage, right? When he said this, GMO's words more or less still carried some indignation. He touched his heart and felt that when he was young, he also had talent that did not lose to Yi Yuan. However, he did not obtain his master's such serious and earnest response. Wing gave GMO a meaningful glance and said with a smile, Second sage? Hoo-hoo, GMO, the more one cares about this tea. Tli, the more one can amount to anything great. You apprentice brothers pay too much attention to this tea. Tli, to people who pursue Tao, all undeserved reputation is fabricated. Only one's own strength is real. GMO trembled again, his face revealing an ashamed expression as he bowed. He then said, What Master says is extremely right. GMO has learned it. These days, the apprentice brothers cared about this tea, Tli of Second Sage, immensely. One had to know these apprentice brothers, had already followed Sacred Ancestor, High Priest for several millions of years. But no one could get this name. But now a measly little true G. D Realm, 6-star Alchemy G. D was actually enjoying such a revered reputation. What did Second Sage mean? That was an existence second only to the Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. Furthermore, it was the honor of having the Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, personally grant it. But now, Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, roused the dreamer from sleep with a word. GMO could not help being taken aback by surprise. He gave him a glance and said with a faint smile, the so-called martial artists' yearn for Tao is actually merely a joke. This world is a vanity fair. How many can throw aside fame and pursue great Tao? Even those high and mighty Tao ancestors probably find it hard to truly abandon this world's fame and gain too. But this Yi Yuan, this seat has observed him for a long time. His Tao is different from the others. In alchemy Tao, his innocence and devotion definitely have never wavered before. And this is also the greatest difference between you all apprentice brothers and him. GMO's expression gradually became solemn. The more he followed by Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's side, the more he felt his shallowness. It was just that this logic him understanding did not mean that he could really do it. In this world, who did not understand the logic of yearning for Tao. But after reaching Empyrean realm, cultivation is easily calculated with millions of years. How many powerhouses could really endure the whittling of time? Time was a butcher's blade. Since time immemorial, how many Empyreans or even heavenly emperor powerhouses had it killed? What Master said, GMO has received the teachings. GMO said respectfully, haha, go on. This seat already can't wait and want to have a battle with this boy. Truly an opponent that makes people's hot blood seethe. Sacred ancestor, high priest's gaze seemed to have said through the firmament, arriving at the northernmost step. Who looks like sacred ancestor, high priest can't quite stand the loneliness anymore. Hearing what Gongyang Lai said, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth. His gaze looked towards the horizon as if piercing through the void, meeting eyes with a certain someone on the horizon, the so-called being spiritually attached to a friend that one had not met, was likely talking about the two of them, right? It was just that Yi Yuan's words were so uninhibited and unbridled in Gongyang Lai's view. Humph! Don't second sage forget. Your plea is bestowed by sacred ancestor, high priest. The minimum respect should still be shown. Gongyang Lai said, unhappily, how shocking was the rage of a heavenly emperor. Huntwind and the rest were crushed by this powerful pressure until they could not breathe and did not even dare to raise their heads. In Gongyang Lai's view, High Priest Red Plume was already a paramount existence. Then what kind of existence was his master, sacred ancestor, High Priest? People should not look at how they called him second sage. In reality, there were not many who truly took him to be second sage. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a faint smile, Goat Beard, one day in the future, you'll know what I mean. Sacred ancestor, high priest, he has been lonely for too long. You all won't understand. Gongyang Lai seemed to only have a hazy notion, but he still gave a cold snort and stopped talking. Before coming, High Priest Red Plume instructed before to make sure not to rub second sage the wrong way. Gongyang Lai was merely a servant, so he naturally did not dare to defy. All right, you can go. Half a year later, I'll keep the appointment. Yi Yuan waved his hand and motioned for Gongyang Lai to leave. Gongyang Lai had an oppressed look as he said with a cold smile, Very well. I hope that half a year later, Lord Second Sage won't disappoint Gongyang. Farewell. Done talking, Gongyang Lai's figure gradually turned illusory, finally disappearing. Only after Gongyang Lai's figure completely vanished did Huntwind, and the rest finally let out a sigh in relief. Just now, Lord Gongyang Lai was clearly already enraged. It was just that due to Lord Second Sage's that was why he forcefully pressed it down. Except the pressure of a heavenly emperor was too strong. Many Empyreans were already dog-tired and could not even stand. Empyrean Huntwind had a bitter face as he said, Lord Second Sage, you're a big shot, but it's too much for us, these small fries. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Relax your friendly sentiments, this you will bear it in mind. This half a year, I'll create several Empyrean powerhouses for your demon race. Empyrean vast wind's demise in battle shook the entire northernmost steppe. Vast Wind Two Brothers, as well as Feng Tianyang's Sing, changed the entire northernmost steppes arrangement. Vast Wind Semble fell apart, while Empyrean Tianju, Empyrean Mieyu, Empyrean Zhenhuang, and the rest of the powerful Empyrean powerhouses broke away from central authority and exercised local power. The northernmost steppe entered the Warring States era, having endless disputes. But a legend was left behind in this land of extreme north. You all don't know how insufferably arrogant Feng Tianyang was back then. The fusion of three laws that power, even if an Empyrean powerhouse saw, they would also have to keep a wide berth. But Lord Ji Qingyun directly annihilated him with just a casual sword. Master Ji is really my extreme north human race's savior. If not for him, our extreme North's human race will probably be plunged into an abyss of suffering. Master G is truly remarkable. I heard that he's even the demon race's second sage. Even if Empyrean Huntwind saw him, he has to bow his head in submission and be obedient. After that incident, Yi Yuan ordered Empyrean Huntwind that the demon race was not to invade the human territory within 1,000 years. It was also precisely because of this order that let the human race barely manage to maintain. The land of extreme north was where the strong feeds and the weak were prey. What Yi Yuan could do was also just this. If the human race was still unable to give birth to powerhouses that were able to resist the demon race within 1,000 years, then it was also not his fault anymore. Survival of the fittest in natural selection. It was impossible for Yi Yuan to protect the extreme north human race for life. Their strength still needed themselves. And in this half a year, Yi Yuan refined several heaven-rank demon Empyrean pills for the extreme North's demon race, creating several Empyrean powerhouses for the extreme North's demon race. The demon race simply prostrated on all fours in admiration toward Yi Yuan, this second sage. Half a year later, Yi Yuan brought Lu'er and the rest, and stepped onto the road leading to the West Spirit region. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2100. Opposing Heavenly Emperor. Chapter 2100. Opposing Heavenly Emperor. Xian Luo leads everyone to pay respects to Lord Gongyang. Below the hall, a crimson-haired middle-aged man led a group of powerhouses wearing priest-divine robes and prostrated on the ground, the appearance extremely devout. Each and every one of these powerhouses had powerful auras. They were all the same, being Empyrean powerhouses. But in front of Gongyang Lai, this heavenly emperor powerhouse, they did not even have the qualification to raise their heads. Of course, what they were more awestruck by was the high priest red plume behind Gongyang Lai, sacred ancestor, high priest's 11 disciples. Each one was a leviathan of a region, an existence in charge of a region. But they were all very puzzled in their hearts. Who was this true G? Oh, D. Realm Jr. standing beside Lord Gongyang. Which true G? Oh, D. Realm Jr. had the qualifications to stand beside Lord Gongyang. Could it be a disciple that High Priest Red Plume recently took in? Gongyang Lai waved his sleeves grandly and said coolly, "All come and pay respects to Lord Second Sage." Everyone trembled all over, looking at Yi Yuan with disbelieving faces. He's the second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest chose. So young. A mere true G. Oh, D-Realm can actually overpower 11 great disciples. What capability does this kid have? Based on what? A punk like this. Based on what can he overpower High Priest Red Plume? I'm not convinced. Below, a commotion immediately came from the group of Empyreans. Clearly, they were stunned by Gongyang Lai's introduction. But after the shock, each and every one of these Empyreans' faces revealed indignant looks. Those present were all the West Spirit region's elite 7-star priests. They were all supporters of High Priest Red Plume. If High Priest Red Plume's eldest senior brother, High Priest Cloud Cave, was conferred second sage, they naturally would not say anything. However, Yi Yuan was too young, and his realm was too low. Such a young man who suddenly appeared wanted to ride on top of High Priest Red Plume's head. How could they be convinced? The red-haired powerhouse, Xian Luo, bowed and said, "Lord Gongyang, please pardon us for being impolite. This junior in front of us is merely 1,000 over years old. His realm is merely late stage, rank 6. Letting him become second sage, we truly can't accept it. Yeah, Lord Gongyang, letting us bow to a junior like this, we're seriously unconvinced. Lord Gongyang, saying something unpleasant first. If we bow to him, can he afford to accept it?" there was a hubbub below. Clearly, they were extremely averse to this second sage who suddenly appeared. High Priest Redplume, they all, fellow apprentice brothers. Those were all top powerhouses among heavenly emperors. Among 8-star priests, they were all apex existences. Even such a top character was unable to become second sage, but a junior became second sage. These people did not say certain words out. That was whether or not Sacred Ancestor High Priest was muddle-headed with age. A few years ago, Sacred Ancestor High Priest announced to the demon race that he was conferring Yi Yuan as Sacred Ancestor High Priest. No one knew who Yi Yuan was, where he popped out from. This announcement was vague, only saying that Yi Yuan's alchemy strength was immensely formidable, and he had once resolved the eternal chess game, Ask Not. There was nothing else. In the beginning, everyone was extremely stunned. But later, everyone was speculating one after another that Second Sage might be some reclusive powerhouse, an existence on the same level as Sacred Ancestor High Priest, suddenly coming out and debating on Tao with Sacred Ancestor High Priest, and was just a bit inferior, so that was how he was conferred as Second Sage. But now, a group of Empyreans suddenly saw a true G-O-D realm. Furthermore, it was even a human becoming second sage and being above them. They were unable to accept this kind of thing. Seeing everyone's fierce reaction, Gongyang Lai did not get angry, but was delighted instead. Of course, he, an old monster who had lived for no idea how many years, naturally would not show it on his face. It was only to hear him snorting coldly. He said, "Insolence! How can it be up to you all to be in about the second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred? Forget about true G-O-D realm. Even if a heaven glimpse realm is here, you all have to prostrate in wars. H-I plus P2. The moment a heavenly emperor raged, it was as if the entire hall was quaking. All of the Empyreans' faces turned fearful and immediately became silent. But each and every one of these Empyreans was also an old monster. They caught some unusual meaning from Gongyang Lai's words. Lord Gongyang had an implicit meaning. Sure enough, Gongyang Lai turned to Yi Yuan and said with a smile, Lord Second Sage, your status is N-O. Blee. Please don't stoop to the level of a bunch of boorish fellows. Yi Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. How could he not understand Gongyang Lai's thoughts? Wasn't acting this out today to take him down a notch? If it was really some welcoming ceremony, he should have long given these people a heads up, and not like this right now, everyone having vacant faces, then completely exploding, with his status of High Priest Redplume spokesman and a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. If he were to really forcefully suppress, how could these Empyreans dare to speak? It would also not be their turn to talk. The second sage that Sacred Ancestor High Priest personally conferred, even High Priest Redplume, did not dare to be U-T-T-in-2, but his face had never joy nor sorrow as he said with a faint smile, Hoo-hoo, I'm going to stoop to their level today. As Yi Yuan smiled, the aura on his body suddenly flared, immediately having a feeling of looking down upon the world. Gongyang Lai's expression changed. He did not expect that Yi Yuan's reaction would actually be so intense. He thought that with so many Empyrean powerhouses, plus him, this Heavenly Emperor powerhouse who lorded over all life, wouldn't toying with a measly little Yi Yuan still be easily done? But Yi Yuan did not play games with him at all. Was this Yi Yuan in front of him who looked down upon the world really that true G-O-D realm kid? Gongyang Lai's eyes could not help going into a trance. Gongyang Lai, you don't need to play this kind of outwardly compliant, but inwardly opposing game with me. The demon race has always been lofty and straightforward. If you're unconvinced by me, just say it right out. Don't need to incite them to come and squeeze me. You've taken human form for too long and are about to lose even your ancestors' guts too, right? Yi Yuan questioned. Gongyang Lai's face turned black, nearly spewing out a mouthful of old blood. Yi Yuan really did not save him any face when opposing him, this heavenly emperor. If any junior dared to talk to him like this, they would have long been beaten to death by him with a sneeze. Yet, this in front of him was the second sage that sacred ancestor, high priest, personally conferred. Who dared to touch him? Him playing a bit of petty tricks in secret was still okay, but to really take action, that was a big no-no for him. This emperor is unconvinced. Can you, a measly little true G, D-Realm, shoulder the name of second sage? Gongyang Lai was angered until his face reddened to the ears as he said, below, those Empyrean powerhouses were long already staring dumbfoundedly. A true D-Realm who dared to oppose a heavenly emperor powerhouse. They had lived for several million years. It was still really their first time seeing. These two realms were people of two completely different worlds. Forget about true D-Realm, even Empyrean realm. A heavenly emperor could also smack him to death with one slap. With Gongyang Lai's realm, if he really wanted to kill Yi Yuan, he would not even need a finger. Yi Yuan, this second sage, was really extraordinary. Ha ha! Hearing Gongyang Lai's words, Yi Yuan suddenly laughed loudly and said, Gongyang Lai, do you feel that sacred ancestor high priest is muddle-headed with age? Gongyang Lai's face changed, and he said in alarm and anger, You're spurting nonsense. Why would this emperor have this kind of thought? Yi Yuan smiled indifferently and said, Don't need to hide it. I know that not only you think so, but they also think so. But let me tell you this. I'm indeed not High Priest Redplume's match right now. But before long, I'll SS him. Chapter 2101. I'm his opponent. Chapter 2101. I'm his opponent. Huh? S Lord Redplume? Just based on you? Gongyang Lai seemed to have heard an extremely hilarious joke, with his expression full of disdain. What kind of powerhouse was High Priest Redplume? Gongyang Lai served by his side for so many years and was all too aware. 8 million years ago, High Priest Redplume rose up from insignificance, sweeping across the entire Demon Divine region with his Astonies. Plussing apartment, Tude. Later, he no longer had a match among peers. Hence, he challenged the eternal chess game, Ask Not, making a name for himself in one battle. In these 8 million years, High Priest Redplume, followed by Sacred Ancestor, High Priest side. His alchemy strength had long already reached an unfathomable step. This young man in front of him wanted to as High Priest Redplume? Simply a joke. Perhaps his talent was really greater than High Priest Redplume. But even if he were to really as High Priest Redplume, that would also be no idea how many years later. Either way, someone would also believe if I said that I would as Sacred Ancestor, High Priest 10 million years later. Who knew about the matters after 10 million years? Xian Luo and the rest of the Empyreans also had scornful faces, clearly not believing what Yi Yuan said. Yeah, give him 8 million years, he might really be able to catch up to High Priest Redplume. Lord Second Sage is really incredible. Just don't know if he can live for 8 million years or not. After 8 million years, I can S Medicine Ancestor. Either way, bragging won't need to be sentenced to death, too. The group of Empyreans had scorn all over their faces, with their words full of ridicule. Yi Yuan kept a straight face and answered with a question. Then have you thought before why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer body like me as second sage? Does he value my talent highly, or is he really muddle-headed with age? This Gongyang Lai was taken aback. Clearly, he had not considered this question before. Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's thoughts were not what he could surmise at all. Hence, he was totally unable to understand this conferment. Currently, Yi Yuan asking this question, all of the Empyreans ceased the mockery, listening attentively with curiosity. Clearly, this was also the question that they were most concerned about. Yi Yuan said coolly, reaching Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's realm, what is there that he still pursues? That's naturally the sublime summit of alchemy Tao. He asked Medicine Ancestor, what is Tao? But Medicine Ancestor dodged it with ask, not 2 words. Hence, he asked the world, what was Tao? He searched for tens of millions of years and finally found an opponent. That person is me. Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching, sweeping across all of the Empyreans' faces as he said in a solemn voice, the Tli is second sage, is hoping that I can become an opponent who is able to sit and debate on Tao with him. You all understand? Inside the hall was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by Yi Yuan's arrogant to the extreme speech. They were not convinced by Yi Yuan's speech, but utterly stunned by Yi Yuan's wild arrogance. What kind of existence was Sacred Ancestor, High Priest? In the demon race, he was AG-OD. He created numerous demon race heavenly emperors with his power alone. Presently, the demon race's top major powers virtually all revered Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, as supreme. Even though these disciples, were presently all leading figures of a region facing Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, they still carried out the etiquette of a disciple. No one dared to talk about becoming his opponent. Now, a true D realm brat actually said that he was going to become Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's opponent. This was simply laughable to the extreme. Ignorant. Arrogance. Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, is the heaven-span world's universally acknowledged number 2 alchemy, Tao person. For several tens of millions of years, no one had dared to challenge him. You actually said that you're going to become his opponent. Gongyang Lai berated, but Yi Yuan shook his head and said coolly, what does a swallow know of the aims of a swan? No matter how strong a powerhouse is, they also walked over step by step from a weakling. You all don't even dare to think about it, so you naturally can't become a powerhouse like Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. The logic of experts is lonesome. You all naturally won't understand too. Yi Yuan was just elaborating on a fact, but this way of saying things was simply ignorant and conceited in the eyes of everyone. In their eyes, he was a madman. The group of Empyreans was thoroughly stunned. Originally, when Yi Yuan said that he wanted to Serpa S High Priest Red Plume, they felt extremely shocked. Now, Yi Yuan directly brought Sacred Ancestor High Priest out, saying that he wanted to become his opponent. Hoo-hoo, a bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well, chatting about these with you all. You guys also won't understand. Gongyang Lai, don't you want to take me down a notch? Then I'll give you this opportunity. Today, I'll have a Tao debate with the 7-star priests present. As long as there's someone among you who can defeat me, I'll leave immediately and never enter the demon divine region for life. Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment these words came out, Gongyang Lai's eyes lit up. He was long dissatisfied with this arrogant to the extreme fellow, since he was looking for abuse himself, and even said never to enter the demon divine region, this sort of word, then it could not be blamed on others. Xian Luo's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a cold smile, Lord Second Sage, this is what you said. Yi Yuan said coolly, I said it. If even these people can beat me, then I don't want this Tli of Second Sage too. Xian Luo laughed in spite of himself and said, Lord 7-star really talks wildly. The strength of a 7-star priest isn't what you can imagine. Yi Yuan said with a faint smile, my strength isn't what you all can imagine too. Xian Luo's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, turned to an Empyrean, and said, since that's the case, Priest Wujem, you come and seek guidance from Lord Second Sage, then. Empyrean Wujem chuckled and said, I obey your command. However, what we're competing in is demon divine pills. Lord Second Sage mustn't compete in human divine pills with this Empyrean. This Empyrean can't refine it. The moment these words came out, it immediately incurred a wave of hooting laughter. Yi Yuan slowly nodded his head and said, Relax, we'll be competing in demon divine pills. Demon divine pills, or divine pills, already did not have much difference to the current Yi Yuan. In the end, all roads lead to Rome. Regardless of whether demon divine pills or divine pills, they were merely two branches of alchemy Tao. Just like how the poison path and medical path were the same, the priest temple naturally did not lack a place to refine medicine. Xian Luo ordered people to prepare the place to compete in alchemy very soon. Yi Yuan two people were currently making preparations when Gongyang Lai asked, How is Wujem's strength? He mustn't lower the prestige of our red plume lineage. Xian Luo smiled and said, Your Excellency, rest assured. Younger brother Wujem is of the wood spirit physique to begin with. He has extremely high talent in alchemy. Furthermore, his realm already reached peak late-stage Tao realm. Among these people, he's also an existence that can rank into the top 10. Wouldn't dealing with a mere 6-star priest still be easily accomplished? Gongyang Lai nodded slightly, immediately setting his mind at ease. Although he was not a priest, following by High Priest Redplume's side for so many years, he naturally knew the strength difference between the priests. Someone who was a peak late-stage Tao realm powerhouse was already an extremely powerful expert in alchemy, judging from Yi Yuan's age. Even if he had heaven-defying talent and reached late-stage Tao realm, it was also impossible to be Wujem's match. Under the watchful gazes of the people, Yi Yuan two people started the alchemy battle. Bang! Empyrean Wujem was a wood spirit that attained Tao in the first place. His advantage in refining pills was tremendous. The moment his aura was released, those spirit medicines were as obedient as his children. His demonic attraction art was already at a high degree of proficiency. But when everyone's eyes landed on Yi Yuan, they could not help exclaiming in admiration. What sharp and fierce demonic attraction art! How can a human cultivate the demonic attraction art to such a boundary? Xian Luo marveled in admiration. Chapter 2102, that sentence before. Chapter 2102, that sentence before. This demonic attraction art has probably already reached the realm of divine connection, right? Ashamed. This Empyrean cultivated the demonic attraction art for no less than 1,000,000 years, and I'm still actually unable to reach the realm of divine connection. To be able to be called Second Sage, this boy is indeed incredible. The group of Empyreans broke out with marvels. Clearly, they had their breaths taken away by Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art. Xian Luo's gaze carried some shock and carried some puzzlement. The strength of demonic attraction art determined the quality of the medicinal pill to a very large extent. Hence, the demon race viewed the demonic attraction art with utmost importance when refining pills. However, being able to cultivate the demonic attraction art to Yi Yuan's level, Xian Luo had never seen before. The demonic attraction art was divided into 4 levels: entry, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, and grand completion. But there were still 3 levels above these 4 levels. They were respectively profound intent, divine connection, as well as Tao Descend 1. The demonic attraction art was the foundational skill of demon divine pills. Its importance went without saying. The first 4 levels, as long as one practiced diligently, they would be able to reach it. But the latter 3 levels already reached the level of Tao, and was not what bitter cultivation could attain. It depended on one's comprehension ability. The priests present were all major powers of the demon race, being 7-star priests. The majority of these people could cultivate to the profound intent realm. It was just that there was not one that reached the divine connection realm. But now, a human cultivated the demonic attraction art to the divine connection realm. How could they not be ashamed? Actually, to Yi Yuan, the demonic attraction art was not complicated. Actually, it was just control over demonic divine essence. And with regards to precise control of divine essence, how many people in this world could compare to him? Coupled with his profound understanding of alchemy Tao, reaching the divine connection realm was not surprising. It was just that this scene to the group of Empyreans was sufficiently shocking. Gongyang Lai furrowed his brows and said in a solemn voice, "What? His demonic attraction art is very impressive?" Xian Luo smiled bitterly and said, "More than impressive. Even if ordinary 8-star priests were here, they also won't dare to say that their demonic attraction art is stronger than his. As for me, I'm ashamed of my inferiority." A hint of surprise flashed across Gongyang Lai's eyes. He was a layman in refining pills. He just ran errands for High Priest Red Plume. It was High Priest Red Plume who forcefully pushed him to Heavenly Emperor realm with the power of medicinal pills. Xian Luo's strength, he roughly knew about it. Xian Luo was an apex existence among those in the Empyrean realm. Now, even he actually said that he was ashamed of his inferiority, so it could be seen how strong Yi Yuan's demonic attraction art was. Then this battle, Wu Zhem will lose. Gongyang Lai said, rather hesitantly. Now, he was already not quite confident. Xian Luo shook his head and said, "The process of refining demon divine pills is extremely complex. Demonic attraction art is just one aspect. Lord Gongyang, rest assured. Wu Zhem's realm and foundation are absolutely not what a 1,000-years-old junior can compare to. This battle still doesn't have any suspense." Only after hearing this did Gongyang Lai set his mind at ease. However, things did not develop in the direction that they imagined. The two people did not carry out the compet. One, tie-in of alchemy Tao aura in their alchemy battle. However, seeing the actual scene of refining pills, Yi Yuan's pill refinement was like an ensemble of nature itself, as if developing a world. In comparison, although Wu Zhem's pill refinement was impressive, it was lacking that hint of flavor. Those present were all experts among experts, so they could tell the quality at a glance. Just this trace of flavor. It would likely be hard for Wu Zhem to go past it in this lifetime. Xian Luo's expression became more and more serious. The puzzled look on his face was becoming thicker and thicker. He was unable to imagine that such a young priest, why would he not produce any mistake when refining pills? No weakness to exploit. This was the impression that Yi Yuan's pill refinement gave Xian Luo. Condense. Ha. Refining the 9-palace demon divine pill this time, this Empyrean state is an unprecedented good. Whatever second sage, a mere 6-star alchemy G. Oh, D, how does he know what is pill refinement? The moment Wu Zhem condensed the pill, because his state was too good, he could not resist laughing out loud. It was just that when he came back to his senses, he discovered that something was not quite right. There was actually no one answering. Looking again, everyone was using strange eyes to look at him. What's wrong with everyone? Why are you using this kind of eyes to look at me? Wu Zhem said with a baffled look. Xian Luo threw a small bottle to him and said with a sigh, "You take a look for yourself." Wu Zhem probed with his divine sense and immediately turned stiff on the spot. Wu Zhem was completely defeated. Following that, several more people challenged Yi Yuan, all taking out the medicinal pill that they were more adept in. But in front of Yi Yuan, they were still utterly defeated. Gongyang Lai was long already dumbstruck with amazement. A 6-star priest swept across the West Spirit region's 7-star major powers. This kind of thing was simply like a fantasy tale. Finally, West Spirit region's #1 alchemy Dao person, Xian Luo, also stepped forward to challenge Yi Yuan, and was still completely defeated. Yi Yuan looked at Xian Luo and shook his head and said, "A vast West Spirit region actually can't find a single ancestor realm. No wonder the demon race's alchemy, Dao, has always been suppressed by the human race." This place gathered the entire West Spirit region's strongest batch of 7-star priests. However, not one person reached Ancestor Realm. Yi Yuan originally even thought that Xian Luo could reach Ancestor Realm and give him some threat. It was just that, sadly, Xian Luo only reached half-step Ancestor Realm too. There was still a step away from Ancestor Realm. When everyone heard Yi Yuan's words, they could not help having ashamed looks on their faces. However, there was more shock in their hearts still. Ancestor Realm Powerhouse. Second Sage was actually an Ancestor Realm Powerhouse. 1,000 over years old Ancestor Realm Powerhouse. This was simply a mythical existence. Xian Luo heaved a sigh and bowed in salute as he said, "Second Sage is mighty. Xian Luo is wholeheartedly convinced." Right at this time, a cold snort transmitted over. A figure stepped into the hall. "Humph! What dog fart, Second Sage? Pretending to be mysterious. You all are really a bunch of traws. H. Plus the West Spirit region's face is utterly lost by you guys." Following the voice and looking over, the faces of the group of Empyreans turned fearful. "We pay respects to Priest Crimson Sky." Seeing the arrival, the group of Empyreans bowed in unison. A young man dressed in cotton clothing slowly came up to the high platform. He bowed slightly toward Gongyang Lai, and he said, "I pay respects to Uncle Gongyang." When Gongyang Lai saw the arrival, his eyes could not help lighting up. He said with great joy, "Oh, good, good. Crimson Sky is here. This emperor can rest assured." Crimson Sky sized Yi Yuan up and said with a contemptuous look, "Don't think that entering Ancestor Realm, you're remarkable. Want to be mentioned in the same breath as Master. You're still 1,000,000 years too early." Yi Yuan's face turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, "What did you say just now?" Crimson Sky gave a cold snort and said, "I said that you're still 1,000,000 years too early. Are you deaf?" Yi Yuan narrowed his eyes and said with a cold snort, "The previous sentence." Crimson Sky was taken aback and immediately smiled coldly and said, "I said that you're some dog fart, Second Sage, pretending to be mysterious." "What? Could it be that I said wrongly?" Gongyang Lai's face changed, noticing that things were not good. Sure enough, Yi Yuan shouted in a great rage, "Where did this impudent person come from? To dare be so insolent! Gongyang Lai, does High Priest Red Plume discipline apprentices like this? To look down on even their own Grand Master?" Crimsonsky's face changed wildly, immediately knowing that he misspoke. The Tlee Second Sage was personally conferred by Sacred Ancestor High Priest, but he actually said dog fart, Second Sage. Wasn't this slapping Grandmaster's face? He only saw Yi Yuan sweeping across the West Spirit region just now and let slip his mouth due to a moment of indignance. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would use his words as evidence. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2103. Kneel down. Chapter 2103. Kneel down Crimsonsky's face reddened to the ears, stammering heavily, not knowing how to explain. Yi Yuan's gaze was sharp and fierce as he said with a cold cry, "Kneel down!" Crimson Sky trembled all over. raising his head high as he said with refusal to give in, "Based on what to make me kneel down?" Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, "I'm the second sage that sacred ancestor, high priest, personally conferred. In terms of status, I'm even above your master, High Priest Red Plume. Even if he saw me here, he also won't dare to be as impudent as you." "Why? I'm not allowed to make you kneel? Or is that to have me go and reason it out in front of High Priest Red Plume?" All of the Empyreans were silent like cicadas in winter. No one expected that once Yi Yuan exploded, the commotion would actually be so shocking. Just now, Crimson Sky was still ordering people here, and thereby pointing with a finger when he came in. But at this time, he did not even dare to breathe loudly anymore. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said was also very reasonable. Even if High Priest Red Plume was here, he also would not dare to rebut Yi Yuan to his face. Otherwise, why would Gongyang Lai play this kind of small trick where he was agreeable in public while opposing in private? Crimson Ski's expression flickered incessantly and looked toward Gongyang Lai pleadingly. Gongyang Lai let out a slight sigh, but he had yet to open his mouth when he heard Yi Yuan say with a cold laugh, "You want to plead on his behalf? Then your meaning is that he blasphemed sacred ancestor, High Priest's face, and doesn't need to be punished?" Gongyang Lai choked when he heard that and could only say to Crimson Sky, "Sai, get on your knees." This matter, he really could not help Crimson Sky anymore. If it reached the ears of sacred ancestor, High Priest, this issue could not be settled no matter what, unless he killed Yi Yuan. But there were so many people present, so who dared to kill the second sage that sacred ancestor, High Priest, personally conferred? Crimson Sky stood there with a face of struggle. As High Priest Red Plume's proud disciple, Crimson Sky gathered myriad glory on him and always had his eyes at the top of his head. When had he suffered such humiliation before? It was just that the prestige of the sacred ancestor did not allow provocation. This point, he could still weigh the relative importance. "Kneel down." Suddenly, Yi Yuan gave a cold cry. Crimson Sky trembled and knelt in front of Yi Yuan with a thud. The group of Empyreans was completely stunned. Crimson Sky was actually punished by someone. He was to kneel toward that person. They should not look at how each and every one of them was a 7-star priest, comprising of middle and late-stage Empyrean mighty experts. In front of Crimson Sky, they were still a head lower. Crimson Sky was arrogant, but he also had the capital to be arrogant. He only used 8,000 years and reached Ancestor Realm in Alchemy Dao. He was the fastest to reach Ancestor Realm among all of High Priest Red Plume's disciples. This kind of talent, coupled with his ident, Tai as High Priest Red Plume's disciple, was sufficient for him to do as he pleased in the West Spirit region. Hence, when these Empyreans saw Crimson Sky, they all had to bow respectfully. But now, he was punished with kneeling toward someone else. Yi Yuan looked down from a height and denounced sharply with a scowl, "Crimson Sky, do you know your crime?" How proud and arrogant was Crimson Sky. He was about to explode on the spot, but he saw Gongyang Lai winking at him nonstop, and he could not help being startled. Crimson Sky knows his crime. Crimson Sky gritted his teeth and said, how sly and cunning was Gongyang Lai. He was far from what Crimson Sky, this guy who grew up soaking in a honey jar, could compare to. At this time, the more Crimson Sky retorted, the more miserable the outcome. In fact, if it really went out of control in the end, and Yi Yuan ordered people to kill Crimson Sky, no one would dare to say a word of no either. Offending the second sage was equivalent to offending sacred ancestor, high priest. Killing you was you getting off lightly. Fortunately, Crimson Sky was not stupid and understood Gongyang Lai's meaning very quickly. He could only swallow his pride and endure in silence. Good that you know your crime. Now, This sage punishes you to kneel and repent in front of the sacred ancestor statue for half a month. Do you accept the punishment? Yi Yuan said in a solemn voice. Crimson Sky suddenly lifted his head, his gaze full of rage. The demon divine pill convention was about to happen right away. How numerous were the demons coming and going in front of the sacred ancestor plaza. But he had to kneel for as long as half a month in front of the statue. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock for everyone? This guy definitely did it on purpose. Emen, do you feel that you weren't wrong? Yi Yuan's voice gradually became cold. Crimson Sky glared at Yi Yuan, his eyes spewing fire as he gnashed his teeth in hatred, and said, Crimson Sky, receive the punishment. Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves grandly and said coolly, Go on. Crimson Sky's chest was practically about to explode. Carrying limitless grievances, he came in front of the sacred ancestors' status and knelt down. All of the Empyreans were dumbfounded. Crimson Sky came in a threatening manner, clearly to find Yi Yuan to fight for supremacy. In the end, he barely said a few words and was punished to kneel before the sacred ancestor statue. This really made everyone's jaws drop. But many people felt that Yi Yuan was overwhelming others with his influence, and he was actually scared of Crimson Sky. Crimson Sky was different from them. Even though he was just first firmament Empyrean, he was a genuine ancestor realm powerhouse. Who was stronger among the two was really hard to say. Yi Yuan was afraid of losing the face of Second Sage. That was why he did not dare to take action. Yet Crimson Sky himself even slammed onto the spearhead, selling himself with the first sentence he said when he ran in. Yi Yuan would not care about what these people thought, directly leaving with his hands behind his back. Looking at what? Never seen before others repenting in front of the sacred ancestor. Scram! In the plaza, Crimson Sky's roars transmitted over from time to time. Yi Yuan ignored what Crimson Sky was thinking. He still had an objective of coming to this West Spirit region, which was to search for some spirit medicines to refine pills to break through the bottleneck of late Origin Pill Realm. Reaching Origin Pill Realm, Yi Yuan finally realized how horrifying the cultivation method he cultivated was. Now, with each minor realm that he broke through, the spiritual energy required was virtually several times of the same rank. One had to know true G. D realm cultivation was easily calculated with tens of thousands of years. Several times of this was several tens of thousands of years of spiritual energy. This massive amount of spiritual energy, even if Yi Yuan had the help of medicinal pills, the advancement speed was also extremely slow. In the past, he could break through a minor realm in 10 years to 20 years. Now, he needed at least several decades, or even 100 years before he could do it. This was still after Yi Yuan swallowed no idea how many top-grade medicinal pills before he had this speed. Otherwise, with the spiritual energy quant, 1 tie of Origin Pill Realm, ordinary martial artists might not be able to break through a minor realm in 100,000 years too. Yi Yuan reached peak 6th firmament origin pill a few years back. It was just that the medicinal pills in his hands were all consumed entirely during his way to the land of extreme north. It was still a step away before he could break through the bottleneck. The demon divine pill convention, this time, it naturally could not do without all kinds of spirit medicines. Yi Yuan naturally could not make this trip in vain. Young master, you're really too incredible to actually even become the demon race's second sage. You don't know, the northernmost steppes demons are ferocious, but they are so docile in front of you. Lure followed by Yi Yuan's side with an idolizing look. Lone Swan and Yang Feier followed behind the two people with their expressions and emotions being complicated. Yang Feier followed Yi Yuan this half a year. Under the assistance of Yi Yuan's medicinal pills, she already broke through to be a 9th firmament true G. Oh, D, this kind of cultivation speed. She did not even dare to think about it in the past. While Luer, having obtained Yi Yuan's help, her cultivation speed was even more terrifying. Yang Feier practically saw Luer every day and discovered that her aura was growing nonstop. It was simply too monstrous. Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Silly La S. Do you think that second sage is so easy to be? Right now, no idea how many people staring at me in this demon divine region." Luer smiled and said, "I don't care. Either way, young master is the most impressive." The few people were currently chatting when they brushed past a group of men and women. Suddenly, a red-haired and barebacked youth in the front furrowed his brows, and he turned around to look at Yi Yuan. Chapter 2104, Domineering. Chapter 2104. Domineering. The red-haired youth's eyes lit up as he said with some surprise, "What thick Qilin bloodline power! That young man definitely has my Qilin clan's precious treasure on him." By the side, a beautiful girl nodded and said, "I also felt it, big brother Yun. That person seems to be a human." The red-haired youth frowned and said, "How can my Qilin clan's precious treasure land in the hands of a human? Come with me." Done talking, the red-haired youth brought the few people and stepped forward, blocking Yi Yuan for people. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed, his face revealing a doubtful look. He did not seem to have offended these few people before. The red-haired youth had an interrogating look on his face as he said in a solemn voice, "Human, do you have my Qilin clan's precious treasure on you?" Yi Yuan was taken aback and immediately thought of the Qilin Emperor bone. Could it be that these few people were of the Qilin clan? The Qilin clan's bloodline was Blee, and not inferior to the dragon race. They rarely walked around outside. He did not expect that he actually ran into them here today. Looks like this Qilin clan might have some secret art that was able to feel bloodline power. That was how they would sense the Qilin Emperor bone on him. But even if he was of the Qilin clan, being stopped by this bunch of brainless people, and even had an appearance of "you owe me money," why would Yi Yuan go along with it? Yi Yuan had long thought it over in his heart, but did not show the slightest bit on his face as he said coolly, "So what if I do? So what if I don't?" The red-haired youth said in an overbearing manner, "Humph, then it means you do. How can my Qilin clan's precious treasure fall in the hands of a human? Hurry up and hand it over." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he did not get angry but laughed instead. This person's logic, ordinary people really could not understand it. If I don't hand it over." Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, the red-haired youth smiled coldly and said, "Human, you probably don't know about my Qilin clan's awe-inspiring reputation, right? Even sacred ancestor, high priest, also has to give in to our Qilin clan a little. You dare to forcibly occupy my Qilin clan's precious treasure. Have you thought about the consequences properly? I'll give you a chance now. Hand over the precious treasure, then kowtow and admit your fault to us. This matter will be considered dropped. Otherwise, humph." The red-haired youth did not finish speaking, but the meaning was already very clear. It was just that these words sounded all the more ridiculous to Yi Yuan. Could it be that these guys did not come into being for a long time, and their brains were rotted? There was no lack of people purchasing natural treasures in the marketplace. Seeing that there was a show to watch, a large group naturally crowded around. But when they heard that these youngsters were of the Qilin clan, everyone's faces revealed surprised expressions. They are actually of the Qilin clan. Weren't they normally in the Qilin pseudo-world? Why did they come into being? I heard that the Qilin clan's talent is extremely strong. And, body is a match in the same rank at all. Jumping realms and challenging is also commonplace. That human kid actually provoked the Qilin clan. He'll probably suffer a big loss. In the demon race, some races were natural kings, with their strength far surpa. Sing those in the same rank, such as Yi Yuan. It was as easy as eating and drinking for him to jump realms and battle with the dragon race's cultivation method and martial technique. Later, he attained the perfect sixth transformation golden body, his strength even one-shotting those in the same rank. The Qilin clan's talent was virtually equivalent to the dragon race. Their strength could be seen at a glance. This red-haired youth's strength was late-stage rank 6, being roughly equivalent to the human race's 8th firmament true G. His strength closing in on peak rank 6. In everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan was naturally far from a match. It was just that even a clay bodhisattva had some anger too. This red-haired youth repeatedly made trouble out of nothing, and even wanted him to kneel down and beg for mercy. It finally aroused Yi Yuan's anger. Is that so? Also not afraid of telling you, I really have a Qilin clan's treasure on me. It's just, come and get it yourself if you have the capability, Yi Yuan said with a cold smile. The red-haired youth did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all. Looking at Lone Swan behind Yi Yuan, he said with a cold smile, Your reliance is this Empyrean, right? Hoo, Uncle Yu is also an Empyrean. I believe he won't be weaker than that Empyrean behind you. Behind the red-haired youth, there was a middle-aged man glaring, his aura restrained. People did not expect that he was actually an Empyrean. Yi Yuan said coolly, Really so much C-R-A-P, would dealing with a trash like you still need to rely on others? The red-haired youth laughed loudly when he heard that and said, Ha! It's still my first time hearing that someone dares to say that my Qilin clan is trash. Brat, if I don't tear you apart today, who will still respect my Qilin clan in the future? Done talking, the red-haired youth surged with blood vitality. A powerful bloodline power suddenly erupted. The shock of the commotion was even somewhat stronger than a 9th firmament true G. When everyone saw this power, their faces suddenly changed. Everyone said that the Qilin clan was powerful, but that was all just legends. There were barely any who had really seen before, but the strength that this red-haired youth exhibited currently actually made him have an impulse of submitting. At this time, they finally knew how powerful the Qilin clan was. The red-haired youth's long hair fluttered, both hands seizing 2 turs of fire, as if he was stepping on firewind wheels. 1. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly and said in a solemn voice, Kid, I give you one last chance. Hand over the Qilin precious treasure. Kneel down and admit your fault. I'll spare you from death. Otherwise, when my fist lands, it will be hard for you to want to live. Yi Yuan's mouth curled, and he said, Looks like your family's elders didn't teach you how to behave before coming out. Today, I'll take action on behalf of your family's elders and teach you properly. The red-haired youth's face turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, Punk, it's you who is courting death. You can't blame me. Fire Qilin blessing. The red-haired youth struck a fist out. The entire street seemed to be set on fire. Qilin was a fire attribute divine beast, its power boundless. It was indeed not fake. Boundless power of law thoroughly wrapped Yi Yuan up and did not give him the chance to escape at all. The Qilin clan is indeed powerful. This punch, probably even a peak rank 6, will also be blown up, right? This kind of inheritance martial technique, when cultivated to the peak, it has the power to obliterate heaven and earth. It really makes people envious. Sigh, that kid is also asking for it. People want the Qilin clan's treasure. Just give it to him. Why seek death himself? There was a series of exclamations coming from all around. They were all shocked by the red-haired youth's punch. At the same time, They also secretly shook their heads, feeling that Yi Yuan was too insensible. He did not have strength, yet guarded the treasure to the death. Was there a need? Do you think that only you have bloodline power? Then I'll let you take a look at what's called a true Qilin bloodline. Bang! All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's body erupted with an extremely powerful blood vitality. The might of the momentum was actually even above the red-haired youth. When people from the Qilin clan saw this, each and every one of their faces suddenly changed. Yi Yuan's perfect sixth transformation golden body was extremely restrained. Not taking the initiative to release it, outsiders could not tell at all. Hence, in everyone's view, Yi Yuan was merely a peak sixth firmament true Ji. Oh, human martial artist. How could he withstand the red-haired youth's punch? Completely erupted at this time. How outrageous was the commotion, only to see him throw an ordinary punch-out, not using any martial technique at all. Qilin bloodline power surged to the sky. Bang! With two fists meeting, the red-haired youth fell back more than 10 steps in a row before barely managing to stabilize his figure. While Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, the red-haired youth's eyes went wide, looking at Yi Yuan in disbelief, as he said, "How is that possible? Your Qilin bloodline power is actually even stronger than mine." 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2105, Heavenly Qilin Devouring SBAC. Chapter 2105, Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC. It was not just the red-haired youth. Everyone present looked at Yi Yuan with incredible shock. The demon race's bloodline power could be grafted. Humans frequently extracted the demon race's bloodline power, but no matter how it was graded, it was unable to surpass the original race's bloodline power. But now, Yi Yuan, a human's bloodline power, was actually thick to such an extent. How could they not be shocked? Yi Yuan smiled faintly and said, "Is it very strange to be stronger than you?" By the side, Uncle Yu said with a cold snort, "Humph! Stealing Qilin bloodline. Deserve to die 10,000 times over. Qi Yun, don't hold back, kill him." Qi Yun's face turned cold, and he said with a nod, "I didn't expect that taking this trip out. I actually really ran into someone who isn't afraid to die, to even dare to steal my Qilin clan's bloodline power too. Forget it. Since that's the case, I'll send you off then." Finished talking, Qi Yun's two hands came together, two CLUs, tears of fire combining into one. A surge of mysterious power instantly reverberated between heaven and earth. Behind Qi Yun, the figure of a giant beast slowly emerged. The enormous beast opened its gaping maws. That appearance was like it was going to swallow the sky and devour the earth. This enormous beast was naturally the Qilin divine beast. This is the Qilin clan's innate divine ability, Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC. It's said that once this move is unleashed, even the void can be devoured. Its power is tremendous. To be able to execute Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC, this red-haired youth's status in the Qilin clan definitely isn't low. Feeling Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC's horrifying power, there were cries of exclamations from all around. Although demons like the Qilin clan were reclusive and did not emerge, there were legends about them in this world. The Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC was precisely the Qilin clan's powerful hallmark. After the demon race cultivated to a certain realm, they would awaken their innate divine abilities. It was just that to legendary divine beasts like the Qilin, their innate divine abilities were especially terrifying. In terms of strength, this Qi Yun was inferior to Feng Tianyang. But by relying on an innate divine ability like Heavenly Qilin Devouring SPAC, Feng Tianyang might not be Qi Yun's match too. The awakening of this kind of innate divine abilities had nothing to do with the power of laws. It was only related to the source of great Tao. In other words, it was heaven bestowing a gift. And this was the powerful reliance for the demon race to be able to exist side by side with the human race, witnessing heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.C. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan very pitifully. They could tell that Yi Yuan touched the Qilin clan's reverse scale. Qi Yun looked down from a height, looking at Yi Yuan with cold eyes as he said with disdain, "So what if stole Qilin bloodline? How can my Qilin clan's true strength be what you can imagine? Once heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.A.C. is unleashed, even the void can be devoured. You can go with peace of mind." Yi Yuan just smiled faintly and said, "Heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.A.C. is it? As luck would have it, I also awakened it." "You awakened the heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.A.C.? Ha ha ha, amen?" When Qi Yun heard Yi Yuan's words, he could not refrain from laughing wildly. But laughing halfway, it suddenly ceased, like a duck which had its throat stuck, because Yi Yuan's body suddenly erupted with a powerful undulation. This undulation was actually exactly the same as his. Heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.A.C. Behind Yi Yuan, a behemoth Qilin similarly appeared. Two Qilins faced each other, not giving an inch. The entire place was dead silent. The Qilin clan looked at that figure in the void, shook to the core. Uncle Yu said in shock, "How is this possible? This human's Qilin bloodline is actually powerful until it can awaken innate divine abilities?" Yi Yuan pointed at the void and shouted coldly, "Heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.A.C. devour for me." Qi Yun's pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth and said, "So, what even if you know heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.A.C. Kill for me." Bang! Two Qilins were baring their fangs and brandis, plussing their claws, tearing crazily in the void. The city sky immediately turned dim. Endless spiritual energy was being devoured. Yi Yuan two people's figures were immediately swallowed up by the darkness. In an instant, berserk energy undulations swept throughout the entire city, alarming countless powerhouses. Is this the innate divine ability of the Qilin clan? Indeed, ridiculously strong. Even if a peak rank 6 clashes with them, they would probably be directly swallowed up too, right? This power is too frightening. Just which of the two of them won? Completely can't tell. When the martial artists in the city were discussing animatedly, a figure dropped down from above the void. Uncle Yu's face changed, leaping up. The one who fell was precisely Qi Yun. The current Qi Yun was already unconscious, injuries all over his body. It was as if he was torn apart by something. Clearly, he already sustained extremely severe injuries. Following that, another figure stepped out of the void, his figure elegant. Who could it be if not Yi Yuan? Seeing this scene, the powerhouses below became wide-eyed. What kind of situation was this? The counterfeit heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.A.C. defeated the authentic heavenly Qilin devouring S.P.A.C.? How could this human be so monstrous? Uncle Yu shouted fiercely and reproached, "Punk, to dare hurt Qi Yun, you're courting death." Yi Yuan looked at him and said coolly, "I already said to teach him how to behave on behalf of his elders. Natural treasures are obtained by those fated for it. This is the heaven-span world's norm. I went through all kinds of hearts, HI plus PS and perils, obtaining the Qilin treasure at death's door. But you want it back with a word, and even want me to kneel and admit my fault? What kind of logic is this?" Uncle Yu's face turned frosty, and he said in a solemn voice, My Qilin clan's words is the logic. Kid, this Empyrean will send you on your way right now. Done talking, Uncle Yu raised his hand, and it was a fist. Except Lone Swan was long prepared, directly class. I, plussing a fist with Uncle Yu. Lone Swan's realm was a level higher than Uncle Yu, but Uncle Yu's bloodline power was powerful. The two people barely managed to be evenly matched. Uncle Yu's expression was extremely ugly as he said with a cold snort, "Kid, if you don't give an explanation today, forget about leaving here." Yi Yuan said coolly, "With the likes of you?" At this time, a figure stepped out of the void. Looking at Yi Yuan, he said in a cold voice, "He can't. Then what about me?" The one who came out was an old man, his aura extremely powerful. Looking at him, he was a late-stage Empyrean Peerless powerhouse too. When Uncle Yu saw the arrival, he was immediately overjoyed. Bowing in salute, he said, "Chi Yu pays respect to Lord Chen." This boy, Chi Chen, interrupted Chi Yu's words with a hand gesture and said coolly, "This Empyrean knows." He looked at Yi Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Brat, hand over the Qilin precious treasure. Then end your life yourself to atone for your crime, saving this old man from having to take action." Yi Yuan could not help laughing and shaking his head when he heard that, and said, "Looks like your Qilin clan has its leaders setting a bad example, and its subordinates following suit. Indeed, all shameful. Still that sentence, 'The treasure is on me, come take it if you have the capability.'" Chi Chen's gaze turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Kid, you're very courageous. Since that's the case, then this Empyrean will come and take it." Lone Swan's face changed, and was about to block in front of Yi Yuan, but heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "It's fine, let him come over." Lone Swan was taken aback, and could only retreat to the side. A powerful aura completely locked onto Yi Yuan. This Chi Chun was indeed a late-stage Empyrean mighty expert. The powerhouses in the city looked at Yi Yuan with doubtful faces. Like looking at a fool, they did not understand just where Yi Yuan's confidence came from. Could it be that he thought that he was invincible under the heavens by grasping heavenly Qilin, devouring S.P.A.C.? Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back and did not have the intention of making a move. He wanted to see when those old things planned on taking action. Chapter 2106. Unrelenting. Chapter 2106. Unrelenting, a palm attacked, carrying the power to crush heaven and earth. Yi Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, unperturbed and fearless. Just as everyone thought that Yi Yuan was dead for sure, a figure manifested itself. Xian Luo took a step out of the void and caught Chi Chen's palm, saying with a smile, "Oh, Brother Chi Chen, please calm your anger." The powerhouses in the city were suddenly enlightened. No wonder Yi Yuan dared to be so arrogant. It turned out that his backer was this strong. With Chi Chun being blocked, his brows could not help furrowing. He said in a solemn voice, "Xian Luo, what's the meaning of this?" Xian Luo gave Yi Yuan a meaningful glance, thinking to himself that this boy was too cunning. He had probably long known that they were watching the show, so he simply did not move, forcing them to come out. They all were dissatisfied with Yi Yuan, and all wanted to watch Yi Yuan suffer a loss. But Yi Yuan was cool as a CUC. Yu Burr under Chi Chen's pressure, and did not have any appearance of being in a tight corner. "Brother Chi Chun, he can't be touched," Xian Luo said in a grave manner. "Humph, merely a human brat who stole a demon bloodline. Why can't he be touched?" Chi Chen said with a cold snort. "Brother Chi Chen has just come into being, and might be unaware, but this is the second sage that Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, personally conferred." Xian Luo said, helplessly. Chi Chen's face changed, looking at Yi Yuan with a stupefied look. When the martial artists in the city heard this, Each and every one of them was incredibly shocked. What? He's the legendary second sage. He is also too young, right? Really blinded my dog eyes. Why would second sage be a human? Furthermore, he is only at the true G. Oh, D realm? What capability does this boy have to dare be called second sage? Is sacred ancestor, high priest, cracking a joke with us? Chi-Chun naturally understood what second sage meant. It was just that his face was full of disbelief as he said, Who is Brother Exian Luo joking around with this Empyrean? What kind of existence is sacred ancestor, high priest? Why would he confer a human true G? Oh, D-realm as second sage. Exian Luo smiled bitterly and said, When this Empyrean first met second sage, I had the same idea as you. But how can Exian Luo dare to joke around with the name of the sacred ancestor, high priest? This is indeed our demon race's newly established second sage. Furthermore, Lord Second Sage's alchemy strength. We have also witnessed it before and are wholeheartedly convinced. Chi-Chun naturally understood in his heart that Exian Luo would not joke about this kind of thing. But this matter was a little too inconceivable. If he was really second sage, he really could not do anything to Yi Yuan. Although he was powerful, he was still far too lacking from the sacred ancestor, high priest's level. Although the Qilin clan did not fear sacred ancestor, high priest, it was still not worthwhile to lose all decorum with sacred ancestor, high priest for a treasure. Humph! Even if this is the case, he stole my Qilin clan's bloodline and took possession of my Qilin clan's treasure. He even injured a member of my Qilin clan. Could it be that it's dropped just like this? Chi-Chun said in a solemn voice. This Exian Luo could not help having an awkward look. This matter was originally you all making trouble out of nothing, all right? Now, you're even going from bad to worse. The Qilin clan had not come into being for a long time and really did not know about the ways of the world at all. The treasure that people obtained, that was naturally theirs. How was it your Qilin clan's? Sure enough, Yi Yuan smiled coldly and said, Do you still want face, old thing? Fine. Since you want the treasure, I'll give it to you right now. But I want to see if your family's ancestor will acknowledge you, this unfilial grandson, or not. Done talking, Yi Yuan flipped his hand over. A crystal-clear jade bone was already held in his hand. It was precisely the Qilin Emperor bone. The moment the Emperor emerged, an archaic power immediately filled the world. Inclusive of Exian Luo, everyone opened their eyes wide, staring fixedly at the Emperor bone in Yi Yuan's hand. The Qilin clan's people even trembled all over, as if all the bloodline power in his bodies were ignited. The powerhouses in the city all revealed heated gazes. They were clearly moved by the Qilin Emperor bone. If not for there being so many Empyrean powerhouses present holding the line, the city would probably have already become a deathmatch pit at this time. Qilin Emperor bone. Chi-Chun practically squeezed these few words from the crevices between his teeth, his gaze full of intense heat. How could Yi Yuan not understand these people's gazes? But he did not pay any attention. The Emperor bone was spiritual. He only obtained the Emperor bone's recognition after going through all kinds of hearts, H+PS, and difficulties. Even if Chi-Chun killed him right now, he also could not bring away the Qilin Emperor bone at all. Amidst everyone's stupefied gazes, Yi Yuan casually threw and tossed the Emperor bone to Chi-Chun. Chi-Chun's gaze turned sharp, stepped into the void, attempting to grab the Emperor bone in his hand. However, just as he was about to grab the Emperor bone, a blazing white light suddenly erupted from within the Emperor bone. Chi-Chun was caught off guard, his entire person akin to being struck by a heavy blow, figure flying out backward. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out wildly, already suffering heavy wounds. Then, The Emperor Bone flew one round in the air and returned to Yi Yuan's hand again. Even when Yi Yuan saw this scene, he was somewhat astounded too. Initially, when Jian Sutao attempted to seize the Emperor Bone, he was also merely burned by the Emperor Bone. That was all. Yi Yuan did not expect that the Qilin Emperor Bone was actually even more ruthless toward its own descendants. But he also understood that the Qilin Emperor Bone was standing up for him. Impossible. This is impossible. How can the Qilin Emperor Bone acknowledge an outsider as its master? Just what method did you use? Qi Chun ignored his injuries and pointed at Yi Yuan as he roared. Yi Yuan said coolly, I said long ago, the treasures of the world had their own regulations and laws and can't be compelled. If it's yours, others can't S-A-T-C-H it away. If not yours, you can't keep it. You only know that I obtained the treasure, but you don't know what I paid for the treasure. But you pledged in all solemnity here, saying that the treasure is owned by your Qilin clan? Truly ridiculous and laughable. Seeing this scene, those originally heated gazes gradually withdrew. Since the Qilin Emperor Bone already acknowledged a master, no matter how hard others worked, it was also useless. Even if they killed Yi Yuan, they also could not get the Qilin Emperor Bone's recognition. It was also impossible for them to bring it away. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan dared to take it out. Qi Yu smiled bitterly and said, no wonder his Qilin bloodline is so thick, and he even awakened an innate divine ability. It turns out that he actually obtained the Qilin Emperor Bone's recognition. By the side, Qi Yun already woke up and said in a solemn voice, even if there's the Emperor Bone's recognition, for him to be able to awaken an innate divine ability at this age, his talent already SES the vast majority of the clan members. Awakening innate divine abilities was an extremely difficult thing. It was not that it could definitely be accomplished by possessing the Emperor Bone. For Qilin clan, being able to awaken innate divine abilities at Qi Yun's age was already very remarkable, but Yi Yuan was clearly even more talented than them. No way. This Qilin Emperor Bone is extraordinary. We must bring it back to the clan. Qi Yun's gaze turned intent, stepping onto the void. He pointed at Yi Yuan and said, since you're second sage, I believe that your alchemy strength must be extremely strong. Do you dare to wager? Yi Yuan looked at Qi Yun and said with a smile that was not a smile, oh, bet on what? Qi Yun said sternly, my big brother, Qi Zhen, is the Qilin pseudo-world's distinguished alchemy talent among the young generation. Do you dare to bet with him? If you lose, leave behind the Emperor Bone. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, then what will you guys use to bet against me? Chapter 2107, Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill. Chapter 2107, Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill. Qi Yun could not help being stunned. He did not expect that not only did his suggestion not scare Yi Yuan, the other party seemed like a hungry wolf that saw a little lamb instead. That kind of eyes made him very uncomfortable. Being counterasked by Yi Yuan, he froze. After all, since it was a wager, they also had to take out an equivalent treasure. Treasures that could rival the Qilin Emperor Bone. He could not make the call. Really gutsy. Do you really think that you're invincible under the heavens after being conferred second sage? This Empyrean can make the decision to take out the Qilin clan's peak Empyrean spirit treasure, Jade Cleanse True Fire Bottle. With this bottle, you can execute another innate divine ability of the Qilin clan, Jade Cleanse True Fire. Since you obtained the Emperor Bone's recognition, you should know the power of this innate divine ability. Using it to bet with the Emperor Bone should be sufficient. Qi Chen spoke up. The moment these words came out, Qi Yu and Qi Yun's faces changed drastically. Elder Chen, you mustn't. The Jade Cleanse True Fire bottle is our clan's precious treasure. How can it be easily brought out to wager with him? Chiyun's face changed as he said. Even Exion Luo turned pale with fright and cried out in surprise, "Is Brother Chi-Chen overly agitated? I heard that an Empyrean powerhouse of your esteemed clan had once wielded the Jade Cleanse True Fire bottle to execute the innate divine ability, being evenly matched in strength with a human Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. This kind of precious treasure, you're actually taking it out to bet?" Chi-Chen smiled coldly and said, "That's right. However, this Empyrean is very confident in Chi-Jun's alchemy skills. He'll let this second sage know what's called a frog at the bottom of a well." Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he said with a grin, "Okay, deal." He naturally knew about this innate divine ability. This was an innate divine ability that required Empyrean realm before it could be awakened, its power immense. As soon as it was executed, it could virtually obliterate heaven and earth. This Jade Cleanse True Fire was different from Feng Tianyang's low-level martial technique. If it was executed, even if Yi Yuan was proficient in spatial law, it would also be insanely difficult to want to escape. As long as he got this Jade Cleanse True Fire bottle, Yi Yuan would have one more trump card. His strength would surely increase greatly. Being a peak Empyrean spirit treasure, this was already a pinnacle-most treasure in the Heavenspan world. In terms of value, it was not the slightest bit inferior compared to the Emperor Bone 2. Furthermore, now that Yi Yuan obtained the Qilin bloodline, using this Empyrean spirit treasure would be just right. As for that so-called Qi-Jun, he really did not take him seriously. In this Heavenspan world, if 8-star Alchemy DS did not emerge, there would really barely be anyone that could Serpa. Him in Alchemy Dao. Humph. Just you laugh, you'll cry later. Seeing Yi Yuan's determined appearance of getting it, Chi-Chen's anger flared out of the blue. "When the time comes, the one who cries will probably be you," Yi Yuan said smilingly. Returning to his residence, Yi Yuan started close seclusion to refine pills. "Master, what medicinal pills can these spirit medicines refine? I've never heard of it." Lone Swan looked at the pile of spirit medicines in front of him and asked with a frown. The pill formulas of rank 6 spirit medicines, with a status as a 7-star Alchemy GOD. He naturally knew a lot. But the spirit medicines that Yi Yuan sourced for this time, he could not find the appropriate pill formula even after digging deep within. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You naturally haven't heard before. This is the pill formula that I created. It's called Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill." Lone Swan opened his eyes wide and said in disbelief, The pill formula that you created yourself? Then how is it compared to the Heavenly Mandate Secular Forgetting Pill?" Yi Yuan answered with a question. "What do you think?" Lone Swan swept a glance over these spirit medicines and said hesitantly, "If refining a medicinal pill with these spirit medicines, it will probably at least be 2 times and above of the Heavenly Mandate Secular Forgetting Pill, right?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If it's just 2 times, what am I refining it for?" The same grade Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill, the medicinal effect is 5 times and above that of the Heavenly Mandate Secular Forgetting Pill. F5 times? And Master, this, Lone Swan opened his eyes wide, stammering until he already could not speak. Yi Yuan naturally knew why Lone Swan was shocked. Once this pill formula was brought out, it would absolutely set the world on fire. Probably the entire Heavenspan world's alchemy world would have tumultuous waves stirred up. It might even startle the medicine ancestor. The improvement of ordinary medicinal pills being able to increase 10% of the medicinal effect was already very impressive compared to this Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill. Those pill formulas that Yi Yuan brought out in the southern border were simply weak to the max. The shock in Lone Swan's heart simply could not use words to describe. Yi Yuan was able to create such a heaven-defying medicinal pill. Then would there still be other medicinal pills that he newly created in his hands? Once these medicinal pills surfaced in the world, a sanguinary slaughter was bound to be stirred up in the heavenspan world. The allure of this kind of pill formula was too great. But what was even more appealing was still Yi Yuan, this person. Once this matter was exposed, Yi Yuan would surely fall into a dangerous situation. A person who was able to create a pill formula with 5 times the medicinal effect, that was simply an existence that was going to defy the heavens. It was also precisely because of this that Yi Yuan kept a tight lip towards outsiders. Lone Swan already proved his loyalty. That was why Yi Yuan would let him come and observe the refinement of the Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill. Ho-ho, good that you know. Don't leak half a word about this to the outside, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Lone Swan's expression became somber, and he immediately raised his hand to the sky and swore a heavenly Tao oath. Yi Yuan nodded slightly, expressing satisfaction. The implications of this matter were too great. Lone Swan being so sensible, his painstaking efforts were not in vain. Swearing a heavenly Tao oath, Lone Swan did not have any dissatisfaction, but was very happy instead, because this represented that Master already trusted him immensely. Otherwise, how could he let him know about this kind of earth-shaking, important matter? It seemed like he was indeed not wrong in abandoning Jiu Luoji's foundation and following Master. When the pill refinement started, Lone Swan became more and more shocked in his heart. The complexity of refining the Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill and the brilliance of the technique, he never saw these in his lifetime. Lone Swan knew that Yi Yuan's refining speed was extremely fast and the quality was extremely high. But this single mere rank 6 divine pill, Yi Yuan actually expended one entire day's time. Turned out that this is Master's true strength. When Yi Yuan finished refining, Empyrean Lone Swan sighed with admiration. He had seen before Yi Yuan taking action, and he even fought with Yi Yuan before. But the alchemy strength that Yi Yuan displayed in front of outsiders was merely the tip of the iceberg. And this Void Rush Grand Spirit Pill was the major accomplishment of Yi Yuan's alchemy strength. Only at this moment did Lone Swan know how superficial his understanding of alchemy Tao was. He also had a never-before resolve to follow Yi Yuan. After Yi Yuan adjusting his breathing for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and said, "How's the harvest?" Lone Swan said respectfully, akin to dispelling the clouds and seeing the bright moon. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You're a 7-star alchemy G.O.D., and you are already very close to the great Tao. When Master refines pills in the future, you follow by the side and experience it with all your heart." Lone Swan's face revealed great joy, and he said respectfully, "Many thanks, Master." This kind of pill refinement that was close to Tao, ordinary people did not even have the chance to experience it. This was Ma's civ lucky chance, so how could Lone Swan not be happy? Yi Yuan nodded slightly and said, "Withdraw. Master is going into closed seclusion." Lone Swan answered respectfully and withdrew, experiencing the pill refinement by Yi Yuan's side this one day. With his rank 7 soul force, he actually could not quite bear it anymore too. He had to go back and rest, then digest the comprehension he had this time carefully. Half a month later, a powerful aura rose to the sky inside the secret chamber. Yi Yuan finally broke through to the 7th firmament origin pill. Chapter 2108, Aggrieved. Chapter 2108, Aggrieved Master. That Crimson Sky has already been clamoring outside for many days, saying that he wanted to challenge you in front of the entire city. The moment Yi Yuan exited seclusion, Lone Swan came up to greet him. Yi Yuan's brows raised up, and he said with a smile, "Oh, go out and take a look." The two people walked out of the front door and discovered that outside the door there was already a huge crowd of people challenging the second sage, this sort of thing, and in addition to it being in front of everyone in the city, there was naturally tremendous appeal. Furthermore, the people present already knew that Crimson Sky was High Priest Redplume's disciple. His strength was bound to be extremely strong. These two people's alchemy battle would absolutely be unusually exciting and extremely worth seeing. Lord Second Sage, Crimson Sky is unworthy, but wants to challenge you. Lord Second Sage, do you see it? Everyone is looking forward to you taking action. Lord Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, huddling up like a turtle, wouldn't you lower Sacred Ancestor, High Priest's reputation? Outside the front door, Crimson Sky shouted at the top of his voice spreading all around. These people were probably mostly summoned by his loud voice. But he became wiser this time, calling Lord Second Sage time and again, not daring to have the slightest bit of arrogant action. Seeing Yi Yuan come out, Crimson Sky's eyes lit up. He then gave a bow toward Yi Yuan and said, "Lord Second Sage, Crimson Sky has been waiting here for a long time." Yi Yuan said coolly, "You want to challenge me?" Crimson Sky nodded and said, "Right now, everyone in the city is saying that Lord Second Sage's name falls short of reality. A mere 6-star priest at the true G. Oh, D-Realm, how can he take on the name of Second Sage? Hence, Crimson Sky has come forward on my own accord and wants to request Lord Second Sage to give a pointer or two in front of the demons in the entire city so as to rectify the name of Lord Second Sage. Yeah, Lord Second Sage, if you want to obtain our recognition, then take out a bit of strength. We really want to see on what basis you become the Second Sage. Not letting us see your strength, we absolutely won't acknowledge that you're Second Sage." The ones that came to crowd around, quite a number of people were all priests and thought very highly of Second Sage, this Tlee. With Crimson Sky saying so, it immediately aroused many people's resonance. Yi Yuan's two eyes narrowed slightly. His heart was like a clear mirror. Crimson Sky, this kind of person whose eyes were at the top of their heads, it was impossible to have this kind of cunningness. There was definitely someone plotting at the back. But since he dared to come to West Spirit Region, he naturally did not fear challenges. Yi Yuan revealed a look of amuse, E-M-E-N-T on his face, and said smilingly, "Can defeating you prove the Tlee of Second Sage? Crimson Sky, you're also thinking too highly of yourself, right?" Crimson Sky could not help choking when he heard that. The others were also directly tongue-tied. Yeah, what kind of existence was Second Sage? That was an alchemy Tao powerhouse second only to Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. How could a mere Crimson Sky be mentioned in the same breath? Crimson Sky discovered that in front of Yi Yuan, he was a complete and utter noob. He was like a ball of clay. Yi Yuan could knead him however he wanted. Really aggrieving. "Lord Second Sage, are you avoiding my challenge?" Crimson Sky gritted his teeth and said, "Yi Yuan avoiding and not fighting with this as the reason right now. No one dared to say a word of no. You want to challenge me. You were totally not qualified enough." Hoo-hoo, why would this sage avoid the battle? Telling you all this is just to let you understand your statuses. I know that you think that by reaching Ancestor Realm, you are conceited and think that you can challenge this sage. Then this sage will let you understand how great the disparity between you and I is. Crimson Sky's brows raised up, and he said with a big laugh, "That's what you said." "I said it," Yi Yuan said coolly. Second Sage and High Priest Redplume's disciple, Crimson Sky's battle swept throughout the entire city like the wind. In the plaza, there were massive crowds of people. Not even a needle could be poked in. The demon race's priests all raked their heads, wanting to squeeze a little closer. On the stage, Crimson Sky looked at Yi Yuan with a smug look and said with a smile, "Lord Second Sage, the humiliation that you gave me these few days, I'm going to claim it all back." Yi Yuan's gaze turned sharp, and he said in a solemn voice, "Humiliation? You're saying that you showed no respect to your superiors, and then I punished you to kneel and repent. It's humiliation?" The moment Crimson Sky heard, he almost bit his tongue off. How aggrieving! A little carelessness, and he fell into the pit again, making him maintain a modest and polite mentality toward a person whose realm was even lower than his was seriously too hard. When talking, a moment of carelessness that he would reveal his true colors. And no, I didn't mean that. What I'm saying is, Lord Second Sage, please guide me well, Crimson Sky said stammeringly. In front of so many people, if he was punished with kneeling again by Yi Yuan, it would really be a huge loss of face. Today was making Yi Yuan lose face, not make himself lose face. Crimson Sky secretly hated in his heart, swearing that he would definitely make Yi Yuan lose very horribly. But Yi Yuan was secretly laughing in his heart, but was calm on the surface as he said, "Relax, this sage will guide you well." Humph, humph, when the time comes, who guides who is still not known? Just you be smug, you'll be crying later. Crimson Sky smiled coldly in his heart. He was extremely confident in his strength, and that he absolutely would not lose to Yi Yuan. This fight also attracted the attention of many parties. On an inconspicuous watchtower, Gongyang Lai stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood Xian Luo. Crimson Sky's deflated appearance was naturally taken into his sights in its entirety. Gongyang Lai could not help shaking his head, and he sighed and said, "Crimson Sky's talent is indeed great, but his experiences are too little. He isn't Yi Yuan's match at all." Xian Luo smiled and said, "Ho-hoo, I believe that this fight will also be of tremendous help to Lord Crimson Sky. He was eyed by Lord Red Plume at a very young age, and his road was smooth sailing. In terms of scheming, he naturally can't compare to Second Sage." Gongyang Lai's gaze was sharp as he said, "This Yi Yuan, I have no idea what background he has either. He's young, but he is like an old monster in the way he conducts himself. He is proud, but he doesn't look down on everyone and everything. He is domineering, but he also doesn't lose the sense of propriety. Even this emperor also has to be careful in front of him." Xian Luo also said in agreement, "Second Sage, this Tli is virtually utilized by him to the extreme. He didn't consider everything and everyone beneath his notice because he is the Second Sage, but he also used the Tli of Second Sage to pressure us until we can't breathe. He truly is a troublesome character." Gongyang Lai's gaze landed on the Yi Yuan far away and asked, "How high do you think Crimson Sky's chances are for this fight?" Xian Luo smiled and said, "This battle, Lord Crimson Sky will definitely win." Gongyang Lai said in surprise, "Oh, why is that?" Reaching Ancestor Realm was reaching another world. Whoever was stronger or weaker was really hard to say. Gongyang Lai also had no choice but to admit that Yi Yuan's talent indeed said everyone, including Crimson Sky. Xian Luo seemed to know what Gongyang Lai was thinking and said with a smile, "Talent is one thing, but strength is another. If we don't reach Ancestor Realm, we don't have any strength to fight back at all in front of Yi Yuan." But Crimson Sky stepped into Ancestor Realm 1,000 years ago, while Yi Yuan had merely stepped into it for several hundred years at most, or even shorter. In addition, Lord Crimson Sky was taught by High Priest Red Plume. Letting him out this time, the goal is to probe Yi Yuan's strength. This indicates that High Priest Red Plume feels very optimistic about Crimson Sky. If I must choose one among the two of them, I'll naturally pick Crimson Sky. Chapter 2109, Textbook example. Chapter 2109. Textbook example on a watchtower with an extremely good line of sight. The Qilin clan's powerhouses were all present. Qichen looked in the distance and slowly opened his mouth and said, "Qizhen, you have to watch this alchemy battle well. Although I don't think that he can beat you, the implications of this matter are too great, so you mustn't be careless." Beside Qichen, a young man with a cold face stood with his hands behind his back. He was precisely Qizhen. Qizhen was the Qilin clan's young generation's #1 alchemy genius, his strength formidable. Although he was of the young generation, Qizhen was actually more than 30,000 years old already. To talk about Emperor Bones, our Qilin clan also has quite a few left behind by ancestors. Could it be that this Emperor Bone is different in some way? Qizhen asked curiously. Qichen nodded and said, "I sensed an extremely ancient aura from this Emperor Bone. Compared to the Emperor Bones in the clan, it seems to be more bleer and more mysterious. I feel that this Emperor Bone must be hiding our clan's big secret inside it. Hence, we must get it." Qizhen was slightly surprised, clearly not expecting that Qichen would actually be so serious. "Uncle Chen, rest assured. I won't lose," Qichen said coolly, revealing powerful confidence. This fight was antic. 1P, aided by all. On that day, when everyone knew that Second Sage was actually a true D realm, the entire city was shaken. There were criticizing voices everywhere in the city. There were questioning voices everywhere. And today, whether Second Sage was worthy of the or failed to live up to the name, it was also time to examine it. High Priest Redplume's proud disciple, an Ancestor Realm powerhouse. This was clearly the most ideal testing stone to test Second Sage's strength. "Lord Second Sage, you watch carefully. This is my Red Plume lineage's Nero Heavenwalk technique. I'll use it today to tell you that you're not worthy to be called Second Sage." Crimson Sky gave a cold cry. A profound aura suddenly erupted. It was as if there was only him alone left in this entire world. Waves of profound and inscrutable aura transmitted out of the medicinal cauldron, revolving around Crimson Sky. This was the aura of Tao. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help letting out waves of exclamations. The Demon Divine region was vast, the powerhouses numerous, but Ancestor Realm powerhouses were extremely hard to encounter. One had to know, even a major power like Xian Luo was also merely a half-step Ancestor Realm. This is Ancestor Realm, indeed a celestial figure. Lord Crimson Sky is well-deserving of being High Priest Redplume's proud disciple. This is the aura of Tao. Lord Crimson Sky completely drew out all of the power of law inside the spirit medicines. Too impressive. This is genuine pill refinement. Compared to Lord Crimson Sky, we're simply Traz. Plus, whatever dog farts Second Sage, he's weak to the max when compared to Lord Crimson Sky. In the plaza, fanatical voices could be heard all around. Many people were instantly turned into fans by Crimson Sky. When had these people seen before Ancestor Realm powerhouses take action? The moment Crimson Sky made his move, they naturally felt incomparably surprised. On the watchtower, Xian Luo also had a look of surprise as he said with a sigh, "This is Ancestor Realm?" Lord Crimson Sky has probably already acquired High Priest Redplume's true legacy. Given time, he might be able to clear Ask Not as well. This battle doesn't have any suspense. This half-step Ancestor Realm longed for Ancestor Realm immensely. It was just that this step was far too difficult. Back then, Empyrean Flutterfeather was a half-step Ancestor Realm long ago, but kept failing to take the final step and truly step into Ancestor Realm, all the way until he encountered Yi Yuan. The so-called ancestor realm was actually tracing to the source, and one could already pry into the source of great Tao, getting to work from the most fundamental, refining medicinal pills. Hence, the moment Crimson Sky made his move, he drew out all of the power of law inside the spirit medicines, discarded the dregs, and retempered them, forming better quality medicinal pills from there. Gongyang Lai also stroked his beard and laughed loudly when he heard that, and said, "Ho-ho, although Crimson Sky is arrogant at heart and haughty in manner, his talent is indeed extremely high. Even Master is also full of praises toward him. After today, see how Yi Yuan, this brat, still has the cheek to be called Second Sage." Yi Yuan himself appeared very calm. He was not in a rush to take action, but observed Crimson Sky's pill refinement for a while, and unwittingly shook his head slightly. "Ho-ho, pill refinement isn't competing in quarreling. Whoever's voice is louder wins. Today, this sage will teach you a good lesson and let you know how medicinal pills should be refined." It was only to see Yi Yuan put his hands together. The sky suddenly dimmed, motes of stars manifesting above the sky of the stage. Chaos heavenly star art, demonic attraction art activating. Yi Yuan's entire person transformed into a mirage. The power of laws inside the spirit medicines transformed into fine flowing streams, flowing into the stars. This scene was unbelievably beautiful. Those who were still shouting, "Lord Crimson Sky is incredible," previously already shut their mouths sensibly at this time. They were already thoroughly dumbstruck with amazement by Yi Yuan's pill refinement. When Xian Luo saw this scene, he could not help staring dumbfounded with his mouth agape, unable to say a word. Originally, Crimson Sky had an imposing momentum, attempting to directly crush Yi Yuan until he could not lift his head. But very soon he felt an unparalleled power burst forth, forcefully knocking aside his alchemy Tao aura, not allowing the least bit of resistance. In front of this power, he suddenly felt that he was extremely puny. Crimson Sky's heart shook wildly. He had yet to encounter such a situation before. Even when battling on alchemy with his senior apprentice brothers, he also never had this kind of feeling before. He felt that the Yi Yuan on the other side was akin to the sky, as though he was the earth, as though he was the entire world. This power was too terrifying. Is this Yi Yuan's true strength? Xian Luo looked at Yi Yuan blankly, finally blurting out this sentence. Gongyang Lai did not know pill refinement, but he also discerned something unusual from Xian Luo's expression. Furthermore, with his heavenly emperor strength, he also sensed the aura of the great Tao source distinctly. This aura, even he also felt waves of heart palpitations. It was not that this power was too strong, but it was a kind of awe and veneration that came from the bottom of the heart. Being born in this world, people would not really fear nothing. Mortals revered G.O.D.S. Martial artists revered heaven and earth. The current Gongyang Lai seemed to be facing heaven and earth. Just what is going on? Could it be that Crimson Sky froze? Gongyang Lai said somewhat disbelievingly. Xian Luo turned to look at him and said with a bitter smile, "This alchemy battle doesn't have any suspense at all. Heavenly Melody Heartseal Pill is one of the most difficult to refine medicinal pills among rank 6 demon divine pills. The medicinal properties in the spirit medicines extremely complicated. How to extract the power of law heavily tests the standard of the priest. To ancestor realm powerhouses, drawing out the medicinal properties within isn't hard, but Yi Yuan did it too perfectly. On the other side, Qi Chen's expression was never before solemn until today. He was also explaining the impressive aspect of Yi Yuan to his fellow clan members. The complexity of medicinal properties is just like the stars in the sky, with people being unable to handle it at all. Even ancestor realm powerhouses also don't dare to say that they can master it fully. Even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest or Ancestor Si Chun is here, It's probably also just Yi Yuan standard. If we are to say that Crimsonski's strength already attained a higher level, then Yi Yuan's skill can be said to be textbook example. Behind Qi Zhen, the faces of Qi Chun and the rest became more and more surprised, and increasingly solemn. Qi Zhen's appraisal of Yi Yuan was too high. Chapter 2110, Rectifying Name. Chapter 2110, Rectifying Name. Qi Chen's face could practically squeeze water out. His heart already sunk to rock bottom along with Qi Zhen's words. What did Qi Zhen's words mean? Sacred ancestor, high priest, ancestor Si Chen, what level of existences were those people? Qi Zhen actually placed them in the same category with Yi Yuan. Wouldn't this mean that even if Qi Zhen went up, there was not the slightest chance of victory too? Qi Zhen was reputed as an existence that was the next ancestor Si Chen in the Qilin clan. So how high was his status? If not for this, how could Qi Chen pledge in all solemnity to take the Jade Cleanse True Fire bottle out as a wager? Qi Zhen, then if you took the stage, how much assurance do you have? Qi Chen asked with a grim look. Qi Zhen shook his head and said, no confidence at all. Everyone trembled all over. What Qi Zhen said was no confidence at all. With Qi Zhen's strength, how formidable did the strength have to be before it could make him say this kind of words? Everyone present understood Qi Zhen very well. His confidence in alchemy, no one could smash it. But now, Qi Zhen actually did not even dare to say that he had a 10% chance. What kind of concept was this? How is this possible? Big brother, you're an existence that's going to inherit ancestor Si Chen's mantle. So how can you possibly fail to deal with even a 6-star priest? Qi Yin said with a look of disbelief. Qi Zhen shook his head and said, prior to this, even if I knew that he's an ancestor realm powerhouse, I also wouldn't feel that he can pose any threat to me. But after witnessing his alchemy skills, I have no choice but to admit that he, this second sage, lives up to his name. This was Qi Zhen's evaluation of Yi Yuan. Everyone was taken aback by shock. When they knew that Yi Yuan was second sage, there was more contempt and disdain. But now, Qi Zhen gave him such a high appraisal. Following Yi Yuan's pill, refinement going in death, one stream of flowing light after another flew out of the medicinal cauldron and converged into the stars, shattering and assembling. One light band after another was akin to the aurora, too beautiful to be absorbed all at once. In the plaza, countless demons seemed to have been brought into the depths of the starry sky, roaming heaven and earth. That kind of feeling made people feel enraptured. No shocking and outrageous aura, and also did not raise a shocking commotion that caught people's eyes. Everyone happened so naturally. Under the atmosphere that Yi Yuan created, people already forgot about Crimson Sky and forgot that they were still battling on alchemy. They were only purely admiring, purely experiencing it. This alchemy battle became Yi Yuan's one-man performance. Crimsonski's alchemy Dao aura became smaller and smaller. Finally, it became small until it could be overlooked. What Qi Zhen said, he could feel it completely. Furthermore, he felt it even more vividly than Qi Zhen. This was just a one-time textbook example. Yi Yuan was teaching him how to refine pills and not doing some alchemy battle. Alchemy battle? What alchemy battle was there still? Crimson Sky could not help smiling ruefully in his heart. It turned out that this was Second Sage's true strength. Crimson Sky could feel that Yi Yuan's realm was only a little higher than his. But pill refinement had never been about just the realm. Pill refinement was an extremely complicated process. Any minor detail could determine the quality of the medicinal pill in the end. Clearly, Yi Yuan performed the other aspects of pill refinement to the limits outside of one's realm, as long as his realm was there. Even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest was here, there was no reason he could not have a battle. Only at this moment did Crimson Sky truly experience why Sacred Ancestor High Priest would confer Yi Yuan as second sage. This kind of strength simply had no weaknesses to exploit, unless one completely crushed him in Alchemy Dao realm. Otherwise, there wasn't the slightest chance of victory at all. What was even scarier was that Yi Yuan was only less than 2,000 years old, while he was called an alchemy genius, High Priest Red Plume's genius, the young generation's disciples. But compared to Yi Yuan, he was already an old man. Yi Yuan's potential was simply unimaginable. When everything settled down, that vast starry sea transformed into a formation diagram and gradually integrated into the medicinal cauldron. Pill formed. People finally woke up from the shock. All of the gazes were gathered on that young figure on the stage. Marvelous work of art. Truly a marvelous work of art. Turns out that this is Lord Second Sage's true strength. The T of Second Sage lives up to reality as well as in name. I finally understand why Sacred Ancestor High Priest conferred him as Second Sage. Although I couldn't understand Lord Second Sage's pill refinement at all, he's really very, very incredible. At this very moment, there was already no one who questioned Sacred Ancestor High Priest's decision anymore. Yi Yuan defeated the same rank Crimson Sky in a close-to-cruce plussing manner. Within the same generation, he was almost invincible. If this kind of person was not fit to be called Second Sage, who was worthy, although there were many demon race priests present, some were even 6-star priests who were more or less the same as Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan's pill refinement, they could not understand at all. Yi Yuan's realm was far higher than theirs. However, this did not hinder them from feeling that Yi Yuan was remarkable, because this kind of thing could not be faked, and it was clear at a glance. Crimson Sky already gave up. There was no meaning at all to him continuing. Although these spirit medicines were very precious, he already lost the courage to carry on. He slowly came before Yi Yuan, bowed all the way down, and said respectfully, Crimson Sky overestimated his own ability and challenged Lord Second Sage. Lord Second Sage, please deal the punishment. No one felt that Crimson Sky's action had anything inappropriate. On the contrary, they felt that it was natural and right. Crimson Sky's strength going to challenge Yi Yuan could indeed be called overestimating his ability, although similarly Ancestor Realm, their true pill refining strength was not on the same level at all. The current Crimson Sky already put away his arrogance long ago and was respectful like a little student in front of Yi Yuan. Toward Yi Yuan, he already prostrated on all fours in admiration. He had never thought that there was actually still such an existence among the young generation. Actually, many people were clear that Sacred Ancestor High Priest would not shoot at random, but Yi Yuan was seriously too young until it made people unable to believe that he could become Sacred Ancestor High Priest. Crimson Sky was likewise the same. Coupled with that he was High Priest Red Plume's disciple, he was even more indignant about Yi Yuan riding on top of his master's head. That was why he would come and challenge Yi Yuan. But now he actually produced a trace of wavering towards his own master. Yi Yuan was just roughly 1,000 years old. 10,000 years later, would his master really be Yi Yuan's match? Crimson Sky did not know, but he knew that the Yi Yuan after 10,000 years would probably have flung him no idea how many streets behind. Yi Yuan said coolly, "Forget it, my realm is right here to see. So it's normal that you all have doubts. If there's someone who feels that this sage is unworthy of the you can still come and challenge me." Everyone's faces turned slightly somber. Many people recalled making quite a number of malicious remarks about Yi Yuan previously, saying that Yi Yuan was unworthy of the Tlea of Second Sage. Some even scolded very nastily and could not help feeling ashamed at this time. Crimson Sky hurriedly said, "Dare not, dare not! Second Sage's strength. Even if my few senior apprentice brothers came, it's also merely thus, and they are only a little higher than Lord Second Sage's realm. That's all. After Lord Second Sage's realm is there. I'm afraid they won't be a match." Chapter 2111, Shameless. Chapter 2111. Shameless inside the priest temple, Yi Yuan sat high above. Below stood Xian Luo and the rest of the seven-star priests, as well as Gongyang Lai. At this time, the seven-star priests' faces all had ashamed expressions. Xian Luo stepped out of the ranks, bowed all the way down, and said in fear and trepidation, "We have offended Lord Second Sage previously and deserve 10,000 deaths." Gongyang Lai had an said look as he said with a bow, "Gongyang Lai has affronted Lord Second Sage. Your Excellency, please deal out punishment." The group of Empyreans could not help being secretly tongue-tied. Even Lord Heavenly Emperor actually acknowledged his fault. They had lived to this ripe old age, and it was really their first time seeing such a scene. But thinking about it, this was also within reason. The second sage that sacred ancestor High Priest personally conferred, his status was even above High Priest Red Plume. He could take the bow of a heavenly emperor. With the talent and strength that Yi Yuan displayed, Serpa Sing High Priest Red Plume in the future was also possible. Yi Yuan waved his hand and said coolly, "This matter ends here. You all were merely made use of by old man's sacred ancestor. Why would this sage stoop to your level?" Everyone exchanged glances, uncertain what it meant. But everyone also quaked in their boots when they heard it. To dare call sacred ancestor, high priest, as old man's sacred ancestor. This was probably one of a kind, right? If it were before, everyone would definitely turn their noses up at Yi Yuan's words. But now they did not dare to be in it all. This was a matter between great G-O-D-S, so it was not their turn to interject at all. Come one day in the future, Lord Second Sage would likely be able to grow to become an existence like sacred ancestor, high priest. However, be that as it may, Yi Yuan was still rather grateful toward old man's sacred ancestor. The demon race's alchemy technique was a unique school of thought, and indeed had many areas to glean from. Yi Yuan also learned many things from these people. Yi Yuan was never an egomaniac. On the contrary, he attached great importance to every alchemy battle. While seemingly unconcerned with alchemy battles, Yi Yuan could actually glean knowledge from it every time. And it was precisely this kind of ACCU mulation that let him improve at breakneck speeds. And this was also precisely what sacred ancestor, high priest, wanted to see. At this time, someone suddenly came to report. The person said, "Lord Second Sage, the Qilin clan's Qi Zhen requests an audience." The moment Xian Luo heard, his brows could not help raising up as he said, "Qi Zhen? That Qi Zhen which Qi Chen spoke of, could it be that he came to find Lord Second Sage to complete the bet?" On that day, Qi Chen made a bet with Yi Yuan in front of everyone. This matter, the people present all knew. Yi Yuan asked curiously, "Xian Luo, I heard that these legendary divine beast clans mostly stay reclusive and don't come out. But why did they appear in West Spirit region this time?" Xian Luo said, "Actually, this time was High Priest Red Plume issuing invitations to the various major pseudo-worlds, inviting the strongest juniors in the current era to come out and have an exchange. This Qi Zhen only came because he received the invitation. It's just that I don't know why. His journey seemed to have been delayed for a while now. So he only arrived at this time. Yi Yuan felt enlightened in his heart and said, "In this case, Crimson Sky is here to take part in the convention this time?" Xian Luo nodded and said, "Precisely so." Yi Yuan said, "Then the dragon race and other races have also arrived?" Xian Luo nodded and said, "Yes, in the past, these races were not willing to interact with the outside world. But this time, they agreed and even sent out quite a few juniors." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he could not help becoming curious. Arriving at the Heavenspan world for so many, he had never heard of the dragon race's information. As a successor of the dragon race, he was also very curious about the dragon clan. Looks like this time he could meet the dragon clan's powerhouses. "Let him enter," Yi Yuan said coolly. Before long, a young man with a frost look walked into the hall. "I pay respects to Second Sage." Qi Jin clasped his hands slightly with his attitude being somewhat haughty. Gongyang Lai's face turned cold, and he said, "Insolence! Seeing Second Sage, how can you be so impolite?" Seeing Gongyang Lai, Qi Jin's pupils could not help constricting. It was actually a heavenly emperor powerhouse. However, it was also just a slight surprise. With his status in the Qilin clan, he had seen before many heavenly emperor powerhouses. "That's your second sage, not my Qilin clan's second sage. What do you want me to do before it's considered polite?" Qi Jin looked at Gongyang Lai and said neither obsequiously nor haughtily. Gongyang Lai could not help choking when he heard that. These apex divine beast races, each clan's foundation was unfathomable, not coming into being these countless years. Who knew how many powerhouses were hiding inside their pseudo-worlds? Sacred Ancestor, High Priest dominated the Demon Divine region, but it was also just the Demon Divine region on the surface. Furthermore, Sacred Ancestor, High Priest only had a unique school of thought in alchemy Tao and could not truly unify the demon race. In the demon race, there were still some existences whose strength did not lose to Sacred Ancestor, High Priest. The demon race's species were numerous. Some races were powerful and not weaker than that of the outside world. Just as the Qilin clan, they had the capital to be haughty. Squeezing Gongyang Lai with one sentence, Qi Jin turned to look at Yi Yuan and said coolly, "I came here to inform you that the arranged battle between you and Uncle Qin previously isn't counted." The moment these words came out, the hall immediately burst into an uproar. What? Something that has been agreed upon. They actually went back on their word. This is also too shameless. I understand. They must have seen Lord Second Sage's strength and are afraid of losing to Lord Second Sage, so they don't dare to compete anymore. The Qilin clan is really shameless. Each and every one of the priests present was extremely indignant. This kind of shameless action, the Qilin clan could actually do it. They already acknowledged Yi Yuan, this second sage, in their hearts. Now, the Qilin clan actually did this kind of shameless action. They felt like they experienced it for themselves. Qi Jin's face turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "Everyone, you all had better pay attention to your words. My Qilin clan isn't what anyone can bully. Uncle Chun and Second Sage's arranged bet. I wasn't present. They also didn't seek my opinion. This kind of agreement was taken too lightly, so how can it count?" Qi Jin was merely an initial stage Empyrean, but his bloodline was N.O.B.L.Y. Saying these words, it had its own majesty. Furthermore, the Qilin clan was incomparably powerful. This was something known to all in the demon race. Really offending the Qilin clan, it would be hard to clean up the mess too. Finished talking, Qi Jin turned to Yi Yuan again and threatened, "Second Sage, you seized my Qilin clan's precious treasure. It's equivalent to becoming enemies with my Qilin clan." Qi Jin gives you a piece of advice. You'd better send the Emperor Bone back to the Qilin clan. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused. The Qilin clan's shamelessness was really cut from the same cloth. He looked at Qi Zhen and said with a smile, "Oh, I wonder what kind of consequences there will be." Qi Zhen laughed coldly and said, "Second Sage is from the human race and probably isn't aware of my Qilin clan's power yet, right? My Qilin clan's strength can rival half of the outside world's demon races. You weigh it over yourself then. Farewell." Done talking, Qi Zhen turned around and left. "Halt!" Yi Yuan shouted coldly. "Did I let you leave?" Qi Zhen turned around and could not help laughing as he said, "What? Based on you, a true G. Oh, D-Realm, you also want to make me stay? Or is it that you think they dared to forcefully keep me?" Chapter 2112. Aren't you proud? Chapter 2112. Aren't you proud? Qi Zhen looked at Yi Yuan and said those words with a disdainful look on his face. This alchemy battle indeed made him inexplicably shocked, and even have a feeling of being ashamed of his unworthiness. But so what? Could it be that, because of this, the Qilin clan was going to give away a peak Empyrean spirit treasure? What kind of concept was an Empyrean spirit treasure? That was a treasure on the same level as the world-suppressing steel and soul-suppressing pearl. Such treasures could suppress a region and bring extremely good destiny. Yi Yuan being able to rise up heaven-defyingly had an inextricable relations. I plus P with these two treasures. Such a treasure, even when placed in the Qilin clan, it was absolutely not a dispensable existence to. If not for the Qilin Emperor Bone being too tempting and too extraordinary, it would be absolutely impossible for Qi Qin to suggest this kind of alchemy battle. But now, they discovered that there was no hope of winning at all, and they could only choose this kind of shameless method to end this bet. Qi Zhen really did not take Yi Yuan seriously. Even if he was second sage, he also could not posture on top of the Qilin clan's head. "Is that so? I can't keep you here, but what about it?" Yi Yuan's gaze had a cold look as he slowly took out the Emperor Bone. The moment the Emperor Bone emerged, a power that seemingly came from great antiquity suddenly descended. All of the powerhouses in the hall felt their shoulders sink, a tremendous pressure descending from the sky. Everyone's faces changed colors. On that day, when Yi Yuan took out the Emperor Bone, he did not trigger the power inside the Emperor Bone. The aura that they felt flowed out of the Emperor Bone naturally. But today, the pressure in the Emperor Bone was in full bloom. Even these Empyreans felt enormous pressure. Of course, it was merely just pressure. It did not give Yi Yuan the power to contend with Empyreans. But one person was different. That person was Qi Zhen. This was an Emperor Bone from the ancient era, the ancestor of the present Qilin clan's ancestor. How Bli was the bloodline, and how strong was the pressure. This kind of pressure originated from the depths of the bloodline, and originated from the depths of the soul. "Kneel down for me." Yi Yuan's cry was akin to the evening drum and morning bell in a monastery, borrowing the might of the Emperor Bone. It shook until the great hall quaked incessantly. Qi Zhen's mind told him that he should not kneel. However, his body and soul seemed to not heed his orders. It was as if there was a demon in his heart telling him to kneel down, to kneel down. In the midst of Qi Zhen's trembling, he slowly knelt down. One could tell from his body that his entire person was undergoing intense struggle. However, it was to no avail. Under such a powerful bloodline pressure, his body actually did not listen to orders anymore. That instant when Qi Zhen's knees came into contact with the ground, endless humiliation welled up in his heart. He looked at Yi Yuan coldly, eyes bloodshot with rage as he roared. Yi Yuan, you dare to humiliate me? Humiliating my Qilin clan, you'll die without a burial ground. Everyone opened their mouths wide, looking at this scene dumbfounded with gaping mouths. Even a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Gongyang Lai was also staring wide-eyed and tongue-tied at this time. A primal variant species like the Qilin clan, not only were they powerful themselves, the strength of their race was also powerful to the extreme. Although he was a heavenly emperor powerhouse, when he saw a Qilin clan's distinguished talent like Qizhen, he also had to give in a little. But Yi Yuan actually used this kind of radical method to make him kneel? Lord Second Sage, this is probably not appropriate, right? Gongyang Lai said cautiously. Yi Yuan ignored him, but his gaze looked at Qizhen calmly as he said with a cold sneer, "Isn't your bloodline an obli? Aren't you incomparably proud? Aren't you taking advantage of your power to bully people? Aren't you being shameless? Then let me tell you today, your pride is utterly worthless in front of me. I don't need the Jade Cleanse True Fire bottle. The wager can also be written off. I, Yi Yuan, am not an unreasonable person, but your Qilin clan is self-a-ass, sure that your bloodline is n-o-bli, and looks down on everyone under the heavens, calling off the bet with this kind of shameless method. Turns out that the words of an Empyrean powerhouse are like letting out a fart. If it's like this, forget it too. But you even ran in front of me to swagger and make a show of force, wanting me to hand the Emperor Bone over with both hands. If it's once or twice, forget it, but you all really take me, Yi Yuan, to be a soft persimmon and can be threatened by any random Tom, D-I-C-K, or Harry. Amen. Yi Yuan glared fiercely, akin to a celestial deity that descended, giving people a feeling like he was A.G.O.D. When the surrounding Empyrean powerhouses heard Yi Yuan's denouncing, each and every one of them secretly sighed in their hearts too. Indeed, even though Yi Yuan was a young genius comparable to sacred ancestor High Priest, he did not have the arrogance that a youth would normally have. Even when Crimson Sky was being arrogant in front of him, Yi Yuan also just brushed it off with a smile in the end. But this Qilin clan went too far. That matter on that day, everyone present knew. When Qi Yun saw Yi Yuan, he said that the Emperor Bone was the Qilin clan's and was extremely overbearing. Later, Qi Yu jumped out and was also like that. Then later, Qi Chun, this late-stage Empyrean mighty expert, came out and was the same too, discovering Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tie in the end, and knowing that the matter could not be done, he used a wager to seize it by force and trickery. However, after witnessing Yi Yuan's strength, the Qilin clan went back on their word again. If they reneged on their word, forget it, you come and say it nicely. Lower your head and admit your fault. Perhaps Yi Yuan would not haggle over it anymore. Yet this Qizhen made it seem that he was number one under the heavens and ran in front of Yi Yuan to posture, disregarding canceling the bet with this kind of shameless reason. He even wanted Yi Yuan to hand over the Emperor Bone with both hands. Even a clay bodhisattva had some anger, let alone Yi Yuan, this genius who enjoyed success at a young age and had a status comparable to sacred ancestor, High Priest. No matter how easygoing one was, they also had a limit. No? It was just that they did not expect that Yi Yuan's Emperor Bone actually had such terrifying power to actually be able to pressure the Empyrean realm Qizhen to directly kneel down. Aren't you proud? Isn't your bloodline an obli? Then I'll trample all of your pride underfoot. Done talking, Yi Yuan stomped down, directly stepping on Qizhen's face and stepping onto the floor. The enormous force directly stomped until the ground fissured apart. Yi Yuan's strength was not worth mentioning to Qizhen. It was just that his face hurt a little, but the humiliation in his heart reached the peak at this moment. He gritted his teeth and said viciously, Yi Yuan, if you have the guts, kill me. As long as you don't kill me today, I'll grind your bones to dust and let you know what's called true remorse. How proud was the Qilin clan? Today's incident would become his lifelong smirch. How could he not be enraged? But threatening Yi Yuan, he was not worried that Yi Yuan would really do anything to him. Humiliating him like this was already the limit that he could do. Did he really dare to kill Qi Zhen? The consequences of killing him were not what Yi Yuan could bear. Except he underestimated Yi Yuan's resolve. He had always yielded to soft tactics and did not bow to force. Even if a transcendent heavenly emperor came over, he could forget about making Yi Yuan lower his head too, let alone a mere Qi Zhen. It was only to see killing intent appear in Yi Yuan's eyes. The bone sword was already gripped in his hand. Hoo-hoo, you think that with you having the Qilin clan a backer, I won't dare to do anything to you? Since that's the case, then I'll send you off. I want to see what the Qilin clan can do to me. Chapter 21:13. Even if you're a heavenly emperor, it won't do either. Chapter 21:13. Even if you're a heavenly emperor, it won't do either. A hint of disdain flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, the bone sword directly thrusting out. A thread of death pounced from head on. Qi Zhen's expression changed drastically. He did not think that Yi Yuan really dared to kill him. Could it be that this guy did not care about the consequences? Just as he thought that he was dead for sure, one fine blue thread after another blocked in front of Qi Zhen. Yi Yuan's bone sword was actually unable to move an inch further. The pupils of all the Empyreans present shrunk. That was the Tao mark, the hallmark of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. This kind of power was the might of heaven and earth. Mortals were not able to resist it at all. When Qi Zhen saw the Tao mark appear, he knew that Gongyang Lai would not passively watch him be killed, and he could not help being overjoyed. With a heavenly emperor taking action, who else could kill him here? Yi Yuan's expression turned cold, and he looked at Gongyang Lai and said in a solemn voice, "You want to stop me?" Gongyang Lai bowed and said, "Lord Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, Qi Zhen's status in the Qilin clan is extremely high. He can't be killed. Once killed, it will surely attract the fierce retaliation of the Qilin clan. At that time, even Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, might not be able to protect you too." When Qi Zhen heard that, he seemed to have grasped the final life-saving straw, roaring wildly, "Yi Yuan, I'm the Qilin clan's alchemy Tao future, Ancestor Si Chen's successor. If you dare to kill me, you'll definitely regret it." Yi Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Really cannot change your nature. At this point, you still dare to threaten me?" His gaze became cold, and he turned to Gongyang Lai and said icily, "When this sage is doing things, it's not your turn to come and be. You, Tian, you really want to stop me?" Gongyang Lai mused for a moment and finally sighed and said, "Lord Second Sage, I'm doing it for your own good. I also don't wish for the demon race to fall into internal strife. Let young Master Qi Zhen leave. This emperor will make my apologies to Lord Second Sage later." In Gongyang Lai's view, killing Qi Zhen was a huge matter. Once they provoked the Qilin clan, they might come roaring into existence and make the entire demon divine region fall into chaotic times. Although Yi Yuan's Ti of Second Sage was big, he was merely a true G. D realm in the end. Gongyang Lai's respect was completely towards Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, and it was not toward Yi Yuan. Toward Yi Yuan himself, Gongyang Lai did not have too much awe and fear. No matter how breathtaking Yi Yuan's performance was, that was also just a genius that had yet to grow up. He was on a different level from a heavenly emperor powerhouse like him in the end. Yi Yuan laughed loudly. The aura on his body was surging to the sky. However, In front of a heavenly emperor powerhouse's strength, Yi Yuan appeared so insignificant. His bone sword was still unable to advance the slightest bit. Gong Yanglai shook his head and said with a sigh, "Lord Second Sage, give up. The strength of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. You're unable to imagine it. This emperor can't watch you do the wrong thing and go beyond redemption." But right at this time, one fine blue thread after another crept out from Yi Yuan's body. Yi Yuan's eyes also gradually became icy cold. Under the blue fine threads, Gong Yanglai's power suddenly collapsed with a loud bang. Gong Yanglai's pupils constricted, wanting to make a move again, but it was already too late. Puchi, the bone sword directly pierced through Qi Zhen's chest. Violent sword Dao Law destroyed Qi Zhen's innards wantonly. How powerful was Empyrean realm? But in front of Dao marks, what did it count for? Until death, Qi Zhen's eyes opened wide, clearly not daring to believe everything happening before his eyes. How could a true Ji, D realm break through the Dao marks laid down by a heavenly emperor? At this time, a trace of regret actually arose in his heart. If he yielded to Yi Yuan, perhaps it would be a different outcome, right? Pride, this thing, would really cause people's deaths sometimes. How is this possible? Lord Second Sage, he actually broke through Lord Gongyang's Dao marks. What's that on Lord Second Sage's body? Could it be Dao marks too? How can a true D realm possibly use Dao marks? Could it be that my eyesight is failing? Inside the great hall, shocked voices linked up together. The shock that the scene, which happened just now, brought to them was seriously too intense. What crept out from Yi Yuan's body were clearly Dao marks. But why would Dao marks that even a half-step heavenly emperor powerhouse could not utilize appear on a true D-realm powerhouse? But the one who was more shocked was Gong Yanglai. He, as a heavenly emperor powerhouse, naturally understood what Dao marks signified. That was truly a power that belonged to heavenly Dao. Only by reaching the realm of heavenly emperor could one enter the Dao with their bodies and mobilize the might of heaven and earth to carry out attacks. But Yi Yuan, a mere true D-realm powerhouse, actually grasped Dao marks? This kind of thing was simply too outrageous to hear. At this time, Yi Yuan took back the bone sword and slowly got up. The Dao marks on his body faded away like the tide. His gaze was icy cold. Gong Yanglai, meeting eyes with him, actually involuntarily shuddered. What kind of look was this? You actually grasped Dao marks. How is this possible? Gong Yanglai looked at Yi Yuan and involuntarily asked. His heart was completely being filled with questions at this time. If Yi Yuan, wants to kill people, no one can stop it. Even if you're a heavenly emperor, it won't do either. Yi Yuan's words seemed to freeze S.P.A.C. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have become a different person. The composure on his face had long already disappeared. What replaced it was iciness. But different from the last time in the ancient D battlefield, the current Yi Yuan seemed to still have a trace of reason remaining. With the lesson learned last time, Yi Yuan already did not dare to employ the power of Dao marks too much. If not for Gong Yanglai taking action, he would not have utilized it either. Gong Yanglai's face changed, only then waking up to reality. A major issue happened. Yi Yuan. Gong Yanglai shouted coldly and said furiously, "You think that by calling you Second Sage, you can be lawless and unbridled? Do you know that you've caused huge trouble?" Yi Yuan looked at Gong Yanglai coldly and said, "You think that Yi Yuan can stand here and make you call me Second Sage? What I'm relying on is sacred ancestor, high priest. You're wrong. It's sacred ancestor, high priest who needs me, and it's not me who needs sacred ancestor, high priest. Arrogances, truly wild arrogance. Even if you're second sage, you also can't compare to sacred ancestor, high priest. Furthermore, your action right now dragged the entire demon race into the water. Gongyang Lai said in a great rage. Yi Yuan continued icily, saying, "If the Qilin clan comes, I'll shoulder it alone. You don't need to worry." Done talking, Yi Yuan flicked his sleeves and left, leaving behind the dumbfounded crowd. No one thought that things would actually develop to such an extent. The situation presently already reached the degree where it could not be salvaged. Looking at Yi Yuan's distant back view, Gongyang Lai could not help but smile bitterly. He also did not expect that he personally took action, and actually failed to stop Yi Yuan. The second sage that sacred ancestor high priest personally conferred was indeed extraordinary. Very soon, Qi Chun and the rest were informed of the news that Qi Zhan was killed, and they were naturally extremely alarmed and enraged. Xian Luo, this Emperor is going to kill Yi Yuan right now. Don't you stop me. Even if he's the second sage, killing my Qilin clan's alchemy genius, he'll also have to make amendments with death. Facing Xian Luo, Qi Chun was in a towering rage. Who knew that Xian Luo just shook his head and smiled bitterly as he said, "I won't stop you. It's just that. I'm afraid that even if you go, you can't kill Lord Second Sage, either." Chapter 2114. Long Xiaochun. Chapter 2114. Long Xiaochun hearing Xian Luo's explanation, Qi Chun was taken aback with shock. Indeed, that Emperor Bone was extraordinary. With Qi Chen's status, he had naturally seen before Emperor Bones handed down from ancestors. But he had never heard of that an Emperor Bone could suppress bloodline and make the Qilin clan not have the slightest strength to retaliate, let alone that Qi Zhan was even an Emperorian powerhouse. Wouldn't that mean that as long as Yi Yuan grasped the Emperor Bone in his hand, he would be in an undefeatable position when facing the Qilin clan's Emperorians? No way. This Emperor Bone must be brought back to the clan. Very soon, Xian Luo, this matter, my Qilin clan has remembered it. Your West Spirit region, just wait for my Qilin clan's wrath. Qiyun, let's go. Done talking, Qi Chun brought Qi Yun and the rest along, and then they left in a huff. Xian Luo had long somewhat expected this scene. Seeing the situation, he could not help smiling bitterly. It seemed like a bloodstorm could not be avoided anymore. Thinking up to here, Xian Luo could not help giving rise to resentment toward Yi Yuan in his heart. He vented his hatred, but involved the entire demon race in the fires of war. After Qi Chun and the rest left, Gongyang Lai's figure appeared. "Lord Gongyang, what should be done about this matter?" Xian Luo said. Gongyang Lai's face turned dark, and he said, "What else can we do? If the Qilin clan comes to denounce us, then there's only handing Yi Yuan over." Xian Luo's expression changed drastically when he heard that, and said, But he's Lord Second Sage." Gongyang Lai sneered and said, "So what if Lord Second Sage, the might of the Qilin clan, it's also not that you're not aware. Once a war starts, the entire demon race will definitely suffer a great loss in strength. At that time, can the other various races still be so quiet? Could it be because of Yi Yuan alone we make the entire demon race fall into a crisis? I think that even if Sacred Ancestor High Priest was here, he would also hand Yi Yuan over without the slightest hesitation. Moreover, saying that he's Second Sage, he's currently merely a true G. Oh, D-Realm. Who can know how the future will be? This heaven-span world, the most valuable are geniuses, the least valuable are also geniuses. Before geniuses grew up, they were merely geniuses. This heaven-span world, there were geniuses dying every second. It was not lacking Yi Yuan alone. Yi Yuan's alchemy strength indeed made them astounded. But why would a heavenly emperor powerhouse like Gongyang Lai really pay attention to a genius? All of his respect toward Yi Yuan all stemmed from sacred ancestor, high priest. Furthermore, Gongyang Lai also had selfish motives. Yi Yuan's appearance already affected high priest Red Plume's status in the demon race. Borrowing the Qilin clan to eliminate Yi Yuan was also a pretty good choice. By the side, Xian Luo's expression flickered incessantly. This kind of thing was already not what he could intervene in. Regarding killing off Qi Zhen, Yi Yuan did not have much feeling. After returning to his residence, he went into seclusion for 10 days and finally completely chased away that icy cold feeling. While using the power of Tao marks could make his strength soar, the consequence was also tremendous. Under normal circumstances, Yi Yuan already did not dare to utilize Tao marks anymore. However, Yi Yuan did not have too much fear toward the Qilin clan. With the Qilin Emperor bone around, even if ordinary heavenly emperors came, he could directly suppress two. Yi Yuan believed Empyrean vast universes words more and more. The ancient era's powerhouses were really incomparably powerful. This Qilin Emperor bone had been through countless eons and actually still had such powerful might. That kind of bloodline suppression, unless the Qilin clan's pinnacle heavenly emperors came. Otherwise, there was no way to contend at all. According to Yi Yuan's judgment, it was unlikely that a mere Qi Zhen was unlikely to provoke the Qilin clan's top heavenly emperors to act. In front of a heavenly emperor, Empyreans were merely ants too. Your Excellency, someone is requesting an audience outside. Ning Tianping's voice came from outside the door. Who is it? Yi Yuan went out and asked. It's a little girl with a horn growing on top of her head. She said that she came to thank you. Ning Tianping said. Thank me? Yi Yuan was at a loss. Apart from Yang Feier and Luer, he did not know any little girl with a horn growing on her head here. Arriving at the hall, Yi Yuan indeed saw a little girl with a horn growing on her head. Her appearance was very lovely and cute, making people feel happy when they saw her. When Yi Yuan saw this little girl, he actually had a very cordial feeling. Could it be Yi Yuan was currently astonished in his heart when that little girl already saw Yi Yuan and came in front of Yi Yuan with a few leaps and bounds, having a pair of large eyes wide open as she said with a beam. Your second sage, Yi Yuan? It was you who killed Qi Zhen? Yi Yuan was just about to admit it, but was interrupted by the little girl again. She said, He well killed. This young lady has long found that Qi Zhen displeasing to the eye. I came today to tell you thanks. Oh, right. If the Qilin clan dares to come to find trouble with you, you just report my name. They definitely won't dare to make things difficult for you. Oh, and also, I'm called Xiaochun One. Yi Yuan could not help laughing when he heard that, and asked, You're from the Dragon Clan? Long Xiaochun revealed a look of surprise, and she said in astonishment, how did you know? When demons transformed, their shapes were diverse. Not revealing their auras, one could not differentiate the race. But when Yi Yuan saw Long Xiaochun, the dragon race bloodline in his body actually stirred restlessly. How could Yi Yuan still not understand what was going on? Yi Yuan smiled and said, I guessed it. You had enmity with Qi Zhen? Long Xiaochun nodded her head like a rattle drum as he said, That guy won against my big brother in an alchemy battle and even flaunted his prowess, saying that my big brother can't Serpa. S him for life. TCH, don't their Qilin clan just rely on fire attribute law to win by a notch in alchemy? Yi Yuan also secretly nodded when he heard it. This conformed to Qi Zhen's temper, being overbearing. Long Xiaochun sized Yi Yuan up and down and asked with a very curious look, I heard that Qi Chen made a bet with you. But in the end, Qizhen really did not dare to accept the challenge and canceled the bet with not being present as the reason, and he even threatened you. That's why he was killed by you. Is that so? Yi Yuan nodded and said there was indeed such a thing. Long Xiaochun giggled after hearing and said, Qizhen, that fellow is really as C. Oh, see, KY as before. But now he can't strut around anymore. Ha! Talking until the back, Long Xiaochun laughed until she shook with laughter, appearing very happy. Laughing finish, Long Xiaochun patted Yi Yuan's shoulder like a little grown-up and said smugly, Remember, if those Qilin clan's old fellows come to find trouble with you, you just report my Long Xiaochun's name. Got it? Yi Yuan found it funny. What sorts of existences were the Qilin clan's major powers? Why would they fear you, a little La S, but towards this childlike and naive little La S, he really could not bear to reject. Smiling, he nodded and said, Long Xiaochun, okay, I've remembered it. Xiaochun, are you here or not? Outside the door, an anxious voice suddenly sounded out. The moment Long Xiaochun heard, she could not help getting a shock, hurriedly running to the back hall. In the end, she even turned her head around and warned Yi Yuan, not allowed to say that I'm here, got it? Otherwise, I'll beat you up. Long Xiaochun stuck her dainty little fist out, a threatening look on her face. Then she slipped into the back hall. At this time, a handsome young man walked into the great hall with hurried steps. Seeing Yi Yuan, the young man clasped his hands and said, This brother, I wonder if you've seen a little girl with a horn growing on her head? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Seen before. She's hiding in the back hall. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 2115. Qilin arrives. Chapter 2115. Qilin arrives. The youth was taken aback. At this time, Long Xiaochun already walked out from the back hall, using murderous eyes to look at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I trusted you, but you actually betrayed me. Long Xiaochun said, angrily. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Little girl running away from home, your family will be worried. You saying that you thank me for killing Qizhen shows that you really love your big brother. Then how can you bear to make him worry? Long Xiaochun was stunned, revealing a thoughtful expression. By the side, Long Xiaohai was already shocked, speechless. He looked at Yi Yuan in disbelief and said, You killed Qizhen? How is this possible? A true G. Oh, D realm killed an Empyrean realm? Long Xiaohai felt that this guy must be bragging. Long Xiaochun held her head with her hand and revealed a furious appearance from failing to live up to expectations as she said, You stupid big brother. This matter already caused a great sensation in the entire city, but you actually don't know. He's called Yi Yuan, the second sage personally conferred by sacred ancestor, high priest. He's amazing. Shock was written all over Long Xiaohai's face. Clearly, his brain could not quite wrap itself around it. As second sage, he truly did not expect that this young man before his eyes actually had such a great background. Long Xiaochun could not be bothered with Long Xiaohai's shock and turned to Yi Yuan and said with the appearance of a little grown-up, I feel that what you said is very reasonable, but I finally managed to come out. Yet he wouldn't let me go here, wouldn't let me go there either. I could only sneak out. This Long Xiaochun stayed too long in the pseudo-world and was filled with curiosity toward the outside world. But along the way, Long Xiaohai refused to let her go anywhere. She was naturally very depressed. Hence, she secretly ran off halfway. Long Xiaohai only came a few days later in order to find Long Xiaochun, so he did not hear the matter of Yi Yuan killing Qizhen. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Your big brother is worried about your safety too. That's why he didn't let you move around. Isn't that so? Long Xiaochun thought about it and nodded her head, but then she shook her head again and said, I'm very amazing. Yi Yuan laughed and said, those who come are guests. Since you all came, sit down and drink a cup of wine. Yay, yay, I love drinking wine the most. Long Xiaochun said with an excited look. A few cups of wine down the belly. Long Xiaochun was already slightly tipsy, but her pretty face was glowing red, looking freaking adorable. Long Xiaochun chirped away. Long Xiaohai also finally understood who Yi Yuan was, but he became even more shocked in his heart. This young man was actually so incredible. He had fought with Qi Zhen before and knew about Qi Zhen's alchemy strength and even more about his pride. But Qi Zhen actually did not even have the courage to make a move facing Yi Yuan. Feeling an itch to test his skill, Long Xiaohai even wanted to spar with Yi Yuan a little. The result was naturally being abused until he was black and blue all over. This way, Long Xiaohai admired Yi Yuan even more. He finally knew why Qi Zhen did not even have the courage to make a move. Long Xiaochun watched with great relish by the side, idolizing Yi Yuan to the extreme. Long Xiaohai was also an alchemy fanatic, discussing in depth with Yi Yuan for 3 days and 3 nights before being fully satisfied. Sai, it's getting late. Elder Sun, they all must be worried sick from waiting. Otherwise, I'd really want to consult Brother Yi for a few months more. Long Xiaohai said with a look of regret. Yi Yuan smiled and said, no worries. As long as you guys are willing, you can come to find me at any time. Long Xiaohai was pleasantly surprised when he heard that and said, Brother Yi, is this for real? Yi Yuan nodded and said, I feel very congenial with your brother and sister two people. Looking at you guys is like seeing my kin. I naturally won't refuse. Long Xiaochun nodded repeatedly and said, Yeah, it's true. I also have this kind of feeling. The first time I laid eyes on you, it's like seeing a big brother. After some small talk, the two people took their leave. Before long, Long Xiaochun even repeatedly urged Yi Yuan, you have to remember, if the Qilin clan dares to bully you, just report my name. Yi Yuan just brushed it off with a smile and naturally did not take it seriously. 3 days later, an aura powerful until it made people asphyxiated instantly enveloped the entire city. At this moment, 2 words flashed across the minds of everyone. Heavenly Emperor. This powerful aura akin to a G-O-D. Only Heavenly Emperor powerhouses in the legends could possess it. This emperor is the Qilin clan's Heavenly Emperor Xiao Zhen. Give you all 100 breaths of time. Hand over the chief criminal, Yi Yuan, otherwise the whole city will be annihilated. A voice akin to a clap of thunder sounded out in the ears of every demon in the city. The demon race powerhouses in the city were all ashen pale. Those who were slightly weaker were even injured by this voice. Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. It actually really drew a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. It's all Lord Second Sage's fault, showing off momentary bravery. What to do now? At this time, Lord Second Sage should sacrifice himself to protect the entire demon race. There were discussions everywhere in the city. Yi Yuan's residence was nearby. There were many demon race powerhouses yelling and hurling insults. Suddenly, an angry voice sounded out. All get lost for this Empyrean. Everyone looked over. It was actually Empyrean Xian Luo. When the group of demon powerhouses saw Xian Luo, they immediately exploded. Lord Xian Luo, you have to stand up for us. He, Second Sage, can't make the entire city be buried in death with him because of his individual grudge. The pressure that a Heavenly Emperor powerhouse brought to people was seriously too strong. At the moment of life and death, whatever Second Sage, whatever alchemy genius, it was all useless. Xian Luo had a grim expression as he said coldly, "All shut up for this Empyrean." This Empyrean came to request Lord Second Sage to uphold justice for us. The moment everyone heard, their faces immediately revealed excited looks. Uphold justice? Xian Luo's meaning was handing Yi Yuan over. Xian Luo arrived in front of the door and said in a clear voice, "Xian Luo requests an audience with Lord Second Sage." Creak. The front door slowly opened. A white-robed youth slowly walked out. When Xian Luo saw Yi Yuan, he was just about to open his mouth to speak, but then he heard Yi Yuan say coolly, "Don't need to waste your breath anymore. I already said before on that day, at the Divine Temple, this matter, I'll shoulder it alone." Xian Luo could not help being stunned when he heard that. The words that Yi Yuan said back then, he thought that it was just joking around. For this, he even laid down an all-in-compa. Singnet in the vicinity, afraid of Yi Yuan escaping. However, not only did Yi Yuan not escape, he actually really stepped up right now. Xian Luo even thought that he had to use force this time, who knew that Yi Yuan was so sensible. Could it be that when he killed Qi Zhen, he already prepared to pay with his life long ago? But no matter what, Yi Yuan himself being willing to go was naturally for the best. Otherwise, a charge of being disrespectful towards Second Sage could not be avoided. If Sacred Ancestor, High Priest, were to really demand accountability, he would definitely be that scapegoat. Xian Luo gave Yi Yuan a bow and said, "Lord Second Sage understands the righteousness of a cause." Xian Luo admires Lord Second Sage. Yi Yuan looked at Xian Luo and said with a cold smile, "Stop putting on an appearance here. You arranged so many spies in the vicinity. Do you really think that I don't know? If this sage really wanted to leave, do you think that you can stop me based on these people?" When Xian Luo heard that, he could not help revealing a look of surprise. The spies that he arranged were all Empyrean powerhouses. Yi Yuan actually knew all about it. Not waiting for him to react, Yi Yuan already took a step out and arrived above the void. Chapter 21:16. I am guilty. Chapter 21:16. I am guilty. Yi Yuan sized up the old man in front of him. The old man had white hair and the complexion of a child, giving people a feeling of being as deep as the sea. A heavenly emperor. That was a figure above the heavens, the true sovereign of this world. Although Gongyang Lai was a heavenly emperor too, he was a servant and lacking some domineeringness. In front of Yi Yuan, he also did not dare to really reveal the aura of a heavenly emperor. Only the heavenly emperor Xiao Yun in front of him was considered a heavenly emperor powerhouse in the true sense. Heavenly Emperor Xiao Yun sized Yi Yuan up as if wanting to see through him. His aura was extremely powerful. Of the demon race powerhouses below, there were already quite a number of people that actually knelt down. It was just that Yi Yuan was so close to him, but was completely fine. Swuz. H. Plus in the crowd, a white figure suddenly shot up to the sky. But she had not gone very far when her figure actually fell back involuntarily, as if getting backtracked. "Uncle Ji, what are you doing?" Long Xiaochun said to the dragon race elder beside her with an indignant look. The old man was expressionless, as he said coolly, "This is an unimportant matter that you shouldn't poke your nose into." Long Xiaochun raised her dainty fists and said angrily, "How can it be an unimportant matter? Yi Yuan killed Qi Zhen. It's equivalent to taking revenge for big brother Xiaohai. He's our dragon clan's friend." Long Xiaohai also urged by the side, "Uncle Ji, take action and help brother Yi." Long Qi was not the slightest bit moved and said coolly, "Coming out this time, this old man's duty is to protect your safety. Although I don't fear that Xiao Yun, I'm also not willing to get involved with this trouble." The strength of a heavenly emperor powerhouse. You all are aware too. If you still dare to make trouble, I'll tell your mother everything that happened along the way. This last sentence indeed had Ma's killing power. The long Xiaochun, who feared neither heaven nor earth, seemed to have heard a desolate behemoth's name. Her expression actually showed her being frightened until it turned pale. It was just that the meaning in his words was that he actually did not fear heavenly emperors. This Long Ji was actually a dragon race heavenly emperor who concealed his strength. Uncle Ji, you're unvirtuous. Long Xiaochun puffed her cheeks up and said with an unhappy look. Long Ji still said coolly, Long Xiaochun, just the trouble that you caused along the way. If not for Uncle Ji being around, you could have poked a hole in the sky. Have you forgotten who was wiping your bee? You? Talks behind you? You say that Uncle Ji is unvirtuous, but Uncle Ji won't shoulder this blame. Hearing the word bee, talk, even Long Xiaochun's pretty face also turned slightly red as she said, huffily, humph, buries, plus ignoring you. Done talking, Long Xiaochun turned around, but a pair of intelligent eyes were swiveling around. Heavenly emperor powerhouses see through everything. How could the commotion here escape Xiaoyun's eyes? That scene of Long Ji taking action just now landed in his eyes fully, and he could not help being startled in his heart. Dragon race heavenly emperor. This bunch of guys would not come out to cause trouble, right? Xiaoyun originally came in a threatening manner, but if this matter had the dragon clan's involvement, it would not be good. Got to cut the Gordian knot. Xiaoyun's mind spun, lightning fast, already making a decision. His gaze looked towards an area in the void, and he said in a solemn voice, Gongyang Lai, Yi Yuan killed my clan's Qizhen. This emperor is bringing him away now. You have no objections, right? The demon race powerhouses were all extremely shocked. Although Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun was overbearing, the meaning in his words was actually discussing with someone who could be worthy of a heavenly emperor's deliberation. That was surely a heavenly emperor powerhouse. Was there still another heavenly emperor powerhouse here? Gongyang Lai's figure slowly came out, and he looked at heavenly emperor Xiaoyun and said coolly, Lord Second Sage is willing to sacrifice himself to help all the demons in the entire city. This emperor naturally have no objections. It's another heavenly emperor powerhouse. It's our demon race's heavenly emperor powerhouse. The crowd immediately burst into an uproar. Gongyang Lai's existence, only a small number of Empyrean powerhouses knew. The demons in the city were completely unaware. Toward Yi Yuan's action, Gongyang Lai was also very surprised. He even thought that Yi Yuan would definitely threaten to die. Who knew that he was actually so shameless, directly surrendering without resistance. As for whether Yi Yuan could run or not, he never considered it at all. A mere true Ji. Oh, D Realm wanted to escape from a heavenly emperor powerhouse's hands? That was not possible. Yi Yuan could kill Qizhen that day. It was entirely because he was too careless, and also because Yi Yuan's method was too unexpected. Who could have thought that a true Ji, D Realm could actually control the Tao mark? Thinking up to here, a hint of regret arose in Gongyang Lai's heart. If he was a little more decisive back then and directly restrained Yi Yuan, there would not be so much trouble. It was just that there was no regret medicine that could be eaten in this world. Xiaoyun nodded slightly and looked over towards Yi Yuan and said in a solemn voice, Yi Yuan, this emperor is asking you, do you know your crime? Yi Yuan laughed loudly when he heard that and said, crime? Ha ha ha, I'm guilty. Of course I'm guilty. Xiaoyun's brows furrowed slightly. A powerful pressure suddenly enveloped Yi Yuan. This was not realm coercion. Xiaoyun was genuinely enraged. How horrifying was the world power of a heavenly emperor! Since you know your crime, why haven't you knelt? Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun glared fiercely. A cold cry reverberated throughout the entire city akin to a clap of thunder. Everyone's faces became fearful, looking at Yi Yuan rather sympathetically. A shame, second sage was overly conceited and insolent on account of his ability. Today, all of his dignity is going to be trampled underfoot by the Qilin clan. Heavenly Emperor Second Sage is avenging Qi Zhen here, gaining back face for the Qilin clan. That day, Second Sage killed Qi Zhen, really refres. H.I. plus Ingli. But coming out, debts have to be repaid. Humph. This incident was caused by him. So now, he naturally has to bear the consequences himself. How powerful is the Qilin clan? How can they allow humiliation? Quite a few people harbored the emotions of gloating over others' misfortune to watch the show, with their words full of mockery and cynicism. However, a breath pass said Yi Yuan was there like he was completely fine, as if he did not hear it. 2 breaths. 3 breaths. Yi Yuan still stood there and did not have the slightest intention of kneeling. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyun's pupils constricted, his eyes full of puzzlement. Yi Yuan looked at him with a faint smile just like that, as if he was air. The entire city was dead silent. Everyone looked at Yi Yuan in shock, their gazes full of incredulity. Yi Yuan could actually be perfectly safe and sound under a heavenly emperor powerhouse's coercion. This emperor is asking you to kneel. Didn't you hear me? Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan shouted angrily again. An even more powerful aura surged to the sky and directly crushed over towards Yi Yuan. Clearly, Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan was already enraged. A powerful Heavenly Emperor powerhouse actually could not do anything to a true G. Oh, D-Realm. This was too disgraceful. So this time, he pulled no punches. Pork, pork, pork. This time, even those Empyreans could not withstand his pressure, all spewing fresh blood wildly. The might of a heavenly emperor was too strong. But Yi Yuan still stood there calmly, without any reaction at all. Heavenly Emperor Xiaoyan's expression changed wildly. He looked at Yi Yuan with a look of astonishment, his gaze full of disbelief. This is not possible. Why can a mere true G, D-Realm stand up against this emperor's move? Ha ha, your Qilin clan is really awe-inspiring. Xiaoyan, I'm indeed guilty, but I'm an innocent man who got into trouble because of his wealth. Bang! Yi Yuan turned his palm over, the Qilin Emperor bone already in his hand. A powerful pressure of bloodline power enveloped the entire heaven and earth until it made people feel suffocated.